front of our pack. He was our runner-up from season 0 and more than likely would have taken the championship if it wasn't for missing a race. And then following him up in second, we have John, followed by Raccoon, Shift's own Finesse, Shift's Bossolini, and Mordare following up the back of the pack in 6th. Today is going to be an exciting race, so we'll go ahead and let Webbo take over in the commentary box.
Hey, thanks so much. It's great to be back with you all. It's drop the clutch and go, go, go at the start of the 10-lap round here at Indianapolis, infield at the Motor Speedway. Going backwards, of course, down the famous Brickyard as Quintal streaks into an early lead with a great launch across. We've got Finesse going for the move down the inside, but not quite able to make it as John screams into second position beautifully. Quintal then way ahead with the taxi stripes on the Mini, looking fantastic out there. Let's hope he's not out there charging by the hour, and already gaining a good second and a half through the difficult turns 4, 5, 6 down onto the back straightaway, the inside straightaway near the golf course, of course, as we go down towards turn 7, and it's Quintal well ahead of John, Finesse, and that looks like Raccoon just behind in the famous black and gold. There we have Finesse settling at the moment into 3rd position, but very keen, I'm sure, to get his equal performance, equal setup Mini back into contention for one of the 2 top steps on our podium. Raccoon, though, a very quick driver in his own right, and I'm sure biding his time as they head out onto the famous banked oval, and back then very quickly into the infield once again. A very, very challenging circuit configuration, and that looks like it's John going a little bit out of shape there, and in fact he's changed livery mid-race. But John has shot down to 4th place, promoting Finesse. And how about this with Raccoon? What a fantastic draft he's got heading down as we see Finesse going for a little bit of a defensive move. John shies away from it, then shows himself in the mirror. Can we go for a dive bomb in towards turn 1? It's not quite on as Raccoon plays the waiting game all this time, though, allowing Quintal to get away by almost 3 seconds here on the start of lap 2. Tremendous pace shown already by Quintal. The rest of the standings, John in 4th, we've got Bossolini in 5th with Mordare in 6th place, heading through the chicane, able to use the curbs nicely in his BMW Mini. Here is Raccoon, almost bump drafting him down here underneath the overpass there, the pedestrian overpass, reaching the golf course on the inside and down in towards turn 7. Tries Raccoon, just holding it to the limit of track limits there, and making a fabulous overtake for 2nd position. Car 71 in the ascendancy. Here is car 5, Bossolini, abusing those inside curves as every good racer should, in 5th place with Mordare. Strangely enough, following in 6th place after his great performance in Imola. But of course, these are incredibly different racetracks. Of course, the cars remain very, very similar. Car 33, Finesse then on the look back for some great revenge here. This is Quintal with a commanding 4.5 second lead as they finish out lap 3. Raccoon unable really to close the gap here, with John chasing down Finesse and trying to get on the back of this one. Looks like Finesse and Raccoon are close together. Bossolini and Mordare also as a pair come through. Then that was Finesse pushed out, or at least boxed out to the outside here. Finesse, I think he was avoiding action actually under the action replay. Looks like it was a loss of control, possibly a little bit late on the brakes. John slots through nicely and says thank you very much. I'll take that one back. The number 99 in the red and white. John recovering from his earlier moment, very similar to what we just saw from Finesse. A loss of control, a trip out onto the exits of the corners and allowing rivals through. But look at the field spread already. This is a phenomenal difference in these precisely managed cars. Obviously we have 2x2 tyre wear here, and at an abrasive circuit such as Indianapolis, this is going to factor in later on. It's also a warm day, 26 degrees on the track temperature, certainly on ambient temperature, track temperature way up at 46 degrees Celsius. Raccoon in second place, John there in the third place. We saw Mordair has got past Borsellini for fifth position, so perhaps a hint now that Mordair is unlocking a little bit of pace here and getting himself sort of aligned and ready to bring himself forward as soon as possible. Here is on board the hood of Finesse for a briefest of moments as we cut back to Quintao, who leads now by 6 seconds. He is gaining 2 seconds a lap at this stage. On the rest of the field, Quintao certainly showing up both himself and then showing up all the other drivers in the league at this Indianapolis circuit on this day in history at very least. John is only 1.5 seconds behind Raccoon at this stage. Finesse fading slightly and perhaps has got the most out of his tyres at this point in proceedings. It's lap 4 as we head down the back straight. I'm unfamiliar with any particular corner names here, so I'm tempted to make up my own as the fans watch on from the infield. The number 99 heads on through into turn 8, 9, and then 10, which leads on to the famous banking of essentially the traditional turn 2 here at Indy. But up onto the banking just for the merest of moments. We really don't get to enjoy a great deal of the Brickyard at this particular layout. Although I would say in AMS it looks to be slightly easier to tell where to turn than it is in the likes of ACC, certainly by my eye anyway. And here is John then, and he's now getting certainly within the draft zone here of Raccoon, going very close to the outside wall as we pass by the end of lap 4. There's the famous yard of bricks as the drivers head under the catch fencing here, and the long run down towards turn 1. Big late braking opportunity. But of course these Mini Coopers do need to be treated gently with the brakes. They are not they're not the typical sports cars or Formula cars that of course have those tremendous stopping power. Raccoon drifting wide as he goes through turn 4, just about switches back in time, but this is definitely going to hand an opportunity over to John, who fades to the right. Will we see him duck over to the left, or is he going to try and go all the way around the outside? Looks like Raccoon has got this covered for now, but John is able to brake later. Oh, that was pinpoint accuracy from John, pleasing his Calix protection sponsors no end, I'm sure, because we'll be watching that one over and over again. Raccoon, though, coming straight back at him, and fabulous action here in this beautiful day of racing for the Indianapolis, Indiana circuit, of course. We've got Quintao now, 6.9, almost 7 seconds in the lead momentarily ahead of John. This battle has Raccoon just behind, and then Finesse in 4th. A further 4 seconds back from this battle with Mordair. A 10-second gap between himself and Finesse, and Borsellini at the back, but trying his absolute best here, and heading on then. Gap entering lap 6, Quintao 7.4 seconds. This is astonishing speed. I wonder if he has held on to enough tyre grip later on. In fact, I think such is the closing speed that Quintao is actually catching as Raccoon rear ends John for a moment there. We're going to see that again as it's so easy done. You're caught in the draft, you're going to have reduced aero performance, and you're going to have unsighted braking position, a big bump in the backside for John, but Raccoon does not take advantage of that contact and sits back, so not to gain any kind of advantage, and indicate, I think, as best as he can to John that was completely unintentional. So lots still of racing to go. Here is how things qualified as they are in the race as they qualified. John ahead of Raccoon. So this is as they were in qualifying pace, but of course race management is always a different situation. and that's why we go racing and we qualify. We don't just stick everybody in reverse order, for example. As I love to see the Mini kick a wheel up in the air, and Raccoon is clearly pushing very hard. His outside rear tyre just lifting off the racetrack surface. He's trying to do his best to get onto that that more advantageous straightaway as quickly as possible. Down into the final 3 corners then, turn 12, 13 and 14 of this 6th lap of the 10. And already it looks like the leader has absolutely checked out. The only thing that's going to stop him is a loss of focus or a complete drop-off of tyre performance. I think that's unlikely at this point though. And we head down in towards that braking point again. Will Raccoon be able to judge it slightly better? He is ever so slightly later than John on the brakes. He can kind of use that and a clear sky overhead, but he can use that leader in front of him as a reference for when to brake or how late to brake, shall we say. But continuing there to follow in the wheel tracks. The pressure on John is absolutely mounting, and obviously most drivers are in a position where they would rather be the hunter than the hunted, going in towards the final section of a race. This is Carlos Quintao. For a moment at least, he was Season 0 runner-up, only because he missed out on so many races, it seems, but racing out of Portugal, or at least hailing from Portugal. I'm not sure if he's racing by way of a different different state, but we will see. Season 0 champion there, K1 Speed League, 14th of 148 for Raccoon, 4th of 31st in 2022 as well. Season 0 champion, and the number 71 clearly got a great deal of pace underneath him, as we saw in the previous rounds, but Raccoon now needing to strike the balance here of risk versus reward. Try and go for the move. He would dearly love to come in second and make sure he's maximizing the points while Quintao is right here. A shift to the inside, no obvious defense coming from John, as he's relying on Raccoon outbraking himself. A switchback attempt here going the over-under, but Raccoon judging that one absolutely spot on, and moving through in towards P2 with just a lap and a half remaining. This is on board with the headless John at this stage of proceedings. It's great for visibility, but it is slightly spooky as he's basically an empty race suit. But back to the hood cam then, and you can see the speed advantage that he has on board, an extra mile an hour or two as he brakes heavily down in towards turn 7. Missed that bollard on the inside, and really getting a little bit too much of that heavy apex curb and hopping over. I think it looked like some trackside furniture disappearing across the racetrack for a moment there. That might mean that Raccoon can extend his gap as much as possible. Here he goes up onto the famous Brickyard surface and back off it again in the blink of an eye for turns 12 and 13. We'll get an opportunity to get onto that fantastic asphalt for the start-finish line only, really, as Quintao starts his penultimate lap now, lap 9 of the 10. Here he is on board, and the gap stabilizing at 9 seconds, I think, at this stage. I think now managing the gap, and clearly tyres not quite where they were earlier in the race, but has he done enough here to guarantee for himself the win by pushing so much and so hard at the start of this race, grabbing the lead by the scruff of the neck and dominating at this stage. But still, the 2 laps to go. Anything can happen here, but he definitely has a lot less pressure on him than the other drivers in the field. Here is Raccoon coming through then in second position. Looks like John still not letting Raccoon get away with this one. John now in the position of hunter, as they are going to get the double toe situation. This is a drive-through now for Muldair. Didn't pick up exactly what that was all about, but clearly a transgression presumably for being off the circuit and gaining an advantage, I think, for that drive-through penalty. That's pretty harsh and difficult one for Mordair to take, but he should still bring it home in 5th position. Here we go. So the build-up then to that final lap down the famous straightaway for Raccoon, leading ahead of John here for that battle for 2nd place. But Quintao now 11.7 seconds, as Raccoon is definitely feeling the pressure from behind. I'm sure he's staring in his mirrors a great deal as we cut back to the John point of view. How late do we decide to move to the inside here? Raccoon hasn't put in a defense yet. John could go for a real dive bomb, but he's staying tucked up, keeping Raccoon guessing, getting a slightly wider line through the next corner. But once again, Raccoon equal to this this performance. John with much better grip coming out of turn 2 into turn 3. He can't really exploit that advantage. Raccoon running wide though now, and surely that's John over, doing the over-under in the infield section between turns 4 and 5. And that one was really out of nowhere and powering onto the infield straightaway, and he's got a distinct advantage now. This is very, very well timed from John. Can Raccoon close in and get the slipstream, get the draft on the all-important exit out of the final corner? That has to be his target, but by the look of things, those tyres are not enabling him to turn to the right as efficiently as John at this stage. Quintao checking out and is entering the final phase of this fabulous Indianapolis race. Quintao looks to be heading onto the oval, back onto the oval brickyard asphalt, and here he goes then. John is going to take this one comfortably at a canter by 12 clear seconds after 10 laps. Here comes John though, with Raccoon right behind him. We get the view slightly obscured by some trucks in the background, but here he is, John managing to complete that with a final lap overtake. Fabulous stuff from him. And there you have it then. Raccoon 3rd, Finesse 4th, Mordair 5th, and Barsolini picking up 4 points for a hard-fought race as well. So brilliant stuff to see, and we will go back to the studio.
And thank you again, Webbo, for helping us out in this session. After that, Raccoon is leading, followed by Finesse and Darius in 3rd. This is looking to be a wonderful season with a lot of competitive drivers. We hope to see you next time in the Desert Rats Racing League. Hello, and welcome to Rack Racing once again. We are here today with the Ope Racing League in their 9th race at Red Bull Ring. We are going to have a 45-minute endurance race in the GT3 category. It's going to be a fun yet chaotic one today, so let's go ahead and get into it. Due to some issues in qualifying, we're going to go ahead and start the day off with a random placement grid. We're going to go on board with Gage at the start as he gets into a little bit of trouble not having a quick release. He's going to get sandwiched in, which is going to cause some chaos for the cars in the back. And up front as well, John is going to take a little bit of a shunt to the rear end as we see some cars go flying off in the back. As you can see above, it is overcast skies with a very cold track at 32 degrees Celsius, 18 degrees Celsius in the air. We have a dry track after our qualifying and practice sessions being in the wet, so the drivers are going to be a little mixed up on their lines. As we make our way past those pre-turn 1 incidents, the pack finds their rhythm now as they get into pace. Schwizzers is off to a strong start here. He's leading the pack by about 1.25 seconds. Definitely a good way to start the race. We've got a couple of drivers here today representing the GTR with Nissan. Definitely a nice, beautiful car with that wide body kit. GI holding on to that 3rd place position for now, but Captain and Gatsy are chasing after him from behind, and Raccoon is also behind those two as well. The pack is thicker than ever at the start of this race. Let's hope it keeps going. A great pull away for Captain here as he goes down the front stretch again. Raccoon trying to stick it up the inside, but not quite having the speed on the exit. It's also going to lead to Gage back there being able to pull up next to him. A thick pack here as we come up to the hairpin. Let's see how they'll spread out. Raccoon's doing his best to keep ahead. Will he come out on top? Oh, it looks like our camera is having a little bit of issues here. But he's able to stick it. He's next to Gage once again as they go into the downhill for another sharp turn to the right. And it looks like we've had some drivers go off in that turn. Gage did get ahead as he's now ahead of both Raccoon and the other drivers. But it's not over yet. The pack is still sticking it together, heading into Section 3 now. Richie in the yellow managing to sneak by in the left-right turns of Sector 3. Raccoon opting to take that inside line as he's able to pass the other two drivers. Richie doing a great job to stay ahead of that group though. Look at the front there as they box him in, but he's able to slide through loose, standing out in his car with the different livery. Looks like they're almost attempting to go 3 wide as we're on board with the Nismo. As Raccoon slides up in front of him as well, GI is overtaken. An attempt at late braking. He goes a little wide onto the curb, but not quite into the gravel. Although he is overtaken by Gage. The beautiful downshift of these cars ringing throughout the racetrack. And here they come through the fast left-right section. We'll see if he can get the draft here with Captain chasing after GI in the Nismo. Captain representing the Porsche today. And back to the front stretch that all the cars are coming down now. Some beautiful racing today despite the chaos. The whole pack is still together on the same lap, only separated by the sector themselves. Raccoon attempting a deep dive there, but having to back out, not quite having it. Cameras on this track are a little bit quirky. They don't always tend to go where you exactly want them to. But as we see here, Schwizzer just leading the race by just a second here, but he's definitely keeping a dominating lead so far. Anytime you see this glitch transition, it's because we're skipping over those weird camera angles. And Richie Bugs is heading out into third position now, gaining some paces from that chaotic start. The Goose is loose, getting chased down by the Nissan, with a few behind chasing down the rest as well. Goose making it up the inside of the turn, able to keep his position. Will they be able to catch up in the Nissan? Here we come down into the downhill. Gatsby doing a great job to hug that inside curve, making sure he has a good exit to chase after Goose is loose. These drivers are definitely giving it their all today. They had to practice and qualify in wet conditions, so being thrown onto this dry track has thrown them off. Once again, the pack still not too far apart. This is some really good racing today in this endurance race. And as we get into it, we are getting close to the random safety car of this race. We've been told it should be about 25% of the race that it will be released. Ooh, and it looks like we had a crash there as we entered the straight in the last turn. Raccoon becoming collected by the wall. And here we go into the straight after turn 1. The Goose is loose, able to build up a little bit of the gap behind him now from the Nissan of Gatsby. As we join on Gage again, he's being chased down by Zingy behind in the beautiful purple car. But Gage himself also looking gorgeous with that hexagon camo style livery. But it looks like Zingy might be overtaking him after the downhill turn. Let's see how they go into the next part of this sector. Will Gage be able to keep the chase down as we're joined on the cockpit just briefly? The gap building up a little bit. It looks like Zingy may have had a better exit as the camera tries to correct itself. Here we go. Yes, Zingy is keeping that lead. And as we saw on the clock in the Audi of Raccoon, we are at about 9.5 minutes into this race now. There we go, 9 minutes and 40 seconds has just hit as we go up into the hairpin of turn 3. Looks like John is struggling to keep down the grip into that exit, allowing Schwizzer to be able to pull off into the lead further. Schwizzer giving me a hard time just to say his name, but it's a fun one for sure. And once again, we see John struggling to keep that grip down. It is not easy in the Audi, but that is our signal for the safety car. And here we go as we see it pull out. We're going to go ahead and take a break from the commentary as the cars gather together. Our safety car will make its way around the track only one more time before we go ahead and get started with this race. If you look over to the pits, Raccoon is the last one to go ahead and make a pit stop with this safety car, attempting to undercut as much as he can, knowing that he was in the back at the start. Let's go ahead and cut ahead once he makes it out of the pits. Looks like he was able to make it just in time to not be in the very back, pulling ahead of GI out of the pit. Let's go ahead and cut forward now. And with that, there will be no more interruptions to this race. That is our safety car for this race. And as we can see, True is able to take advantage of the safety car, pulling out into the front, followed by Schwizzard, who's able to quickly overtake. And John's not too far behind, chasing in the Audi. Looks like we're going up 3 wide into the hairpin almost, but the braking breaks them apart. And Richie's not making less of a situation. Ooh, in contact, but McLaren stays true. Still a better start than the beginning of this race with that turn 1 incident. Let's see how our drivers handle themselves now going forward, now that the pack is back together. Everyone's managing to stay on the track despite how wide we're going with the cars. And here we go, entering into the end of Sector 2 as we begin Sector 3. Lots of wheel-to-wheel racing going on this restart. This is amazing so far. And we're getting a little bit of a faraway camera here as they come up and down the straight. We have Schwizzard leading the pack, followed by Richie and John. And the rest of the pack following suit as we go nearly 3 wide in the last 2 turns here. And we join the pit crew on the wall here as we see them coming down the fence. True in that giant wing Nissan. As our camera gets itself figured out here, they enter turn 1. Nothing too crazy happening now as they're chasing into, oh, I lied. There was somebody spinning off in the back there. Oh, and they get hit again. Maybe we're going to see a replay in a moment. Yes, we are. So let's see what's happened here with GI. So it looks like Gage attempted to go wide to avoid an incident, but then he made it through, okay? Let's get another camera angle of that incident. Oh, and it looks like it's somebody was coming in towards the end. They collected them. Yeah, that was quite an incident from our cars here in the back. For this series, they are only running cosmetic damage in this particular race. I believe it changes depending on the race that we are doing. So in this case, even if you do get totaled, it looks like you can race on with next to no issue. As we join John on board in that colorful Audi, the number 69, nice, beautiful car. We also know on the track Raccoon is racing the same livery as well. We'll make sure not to mix up the two as we continue to watch the race. Although thankfully the two are separated at the moment, so that is fairly easy to do. Ooh, as John's going wide into that last 2 turn. The Goose attempting to make himself loose, but not breaking free quite yet to pass John in that Audi. Now, as we make our way into this point of the race, we are going to go ahead and skip ahead here shortly to about 10 minutes left in the race. But if you do want to check out everything that happens in between, go ahead and check out Rack Racing VODs here on YouTube. That way you can check out any of the action you missed. But we're going to go ahead and skip towards these last 10 minutes to see some of the biggest parts of the battle for this championship. And we are back from our break with the music as we enter into the lap 25 of this race with only 10 minutes left. Zingy on board, chasing down the Goose is Loose, managing to make his way up to second from our break in that number 17. But Zingy's going to go ahead and make a dive down the inside into the hairpin. And we're joined on board with the Goose now. We're going to be chasing with the co-pilot. The cars are staying so close together, side by side, as they enter into the downhill tight turn. And it looks like Zingy is able to break free. Goose Loose now chasing ahead. It's so close together as they enter into Sector 3 here in a moment. Zingy chasing his rear end, that giant tail. As we exit the left-right section of our track, Zingy is just gunning him down as they enter the downhill of the last two turns. Exhaust pipes shooting flames, Goose going wide. And will the switchback happen as we join the pit crew once again on the fence? What an interesting and dramatic angle, and it looks like Zingy has made it past. This is some incredible racing from these two. Zingy hopping the curb just a little bit, but still within the track limits. He's bursting ahead. But Goose is not letting him break loose just yet as he's chasing him down. Both cars using that downforce of their wing excellently as we enter into the hairpin. Both going wide, not wanting to give up the racing line, wanting to be on each other through and through. As we go ahead on the onboard again, we'll be chasing down whoever is in front. Right now we're on board the 17 car with Goose is Loose. As we come close into entering Sector 3, looks like Loose might be able to get a better line, but he doesn't quite get down on it in time. Maybe getting that understeer from these tires. We pitted so early in the race, so these tires are definitely going to be dying as he enters into the gravel. As we look back to check on our other drivers, it looks like Captain is chasing down Gatsy at the moment in that Nissan. Running through Sector 3 as they race towards the last two turns of the track. We're now going to be with Captain Ahab, it looks like. It's important exiting this last turn that you maintain your speed down the straight, otherwise it's really hard to be able to get set up for the first turn. But at the moment it looks like he's falling back from Gatsby, not quite able to keep up with the pace. It's going to be an interesting last few laps that you have here today at Red Bull Ring in Spielberg. And we're coming back again to the Goose is Loose, chasing after Zingy. We'll see that in a moment again if they get closer to each other. As we take a look at the clock, we are with 2 minutes left as we enter in the 43rd minute, seeing that onboard clock in this Audi with Raccoon. We'll go ahead and scoot back to the Goose is Loose, as we said, chasing down Zingy in the Nissan. We're going to go ahead and let the camera crew do the rest of this work for this dramatic finish. Let's see how this one ends. And with that, we can see that Richie is going to go ahead and take the win for today's session. A chaotic start for him, but he's able to power through to the end. And as we saw, unfortunately for Zingy, he did take himself out into that downhill sharp corner in Sector 2, which is going to leave him in 3rd place behind the 2nd place victor. The Goose is Loose. He has almost been freed from his cage, nearly clawing back to the front of the pack. A great job to these 3 drivers in the top 3 spots today. And to the rest of the drivers, most of us made it to the end. Not all of us. Congratulations, and thank you for joining us in Rack Racing as we presented to you today the Ope Racing League 2025 Season 1. This was an amazing session. I've been glad to join with these guys after a few of their drivers have been racing in our specialized JCW Mini Cooper League. Hopefully we can see more of this soon. If you liked the video, do the usual, subscribe, like, share it. Go ahead and watch some of our other league videos that we showcase with my league, Desert Rats Racing, our upcoming Twin Snakes Racing League, and soon we'll be editing and showcasing Shift E-Racing Group's Roadmaster Series in iRacing. That will be a paid league itself, but most of the races and leagues we'll be showcasing on this channel will be free to enter. That way you will have a chance to find where you can race the cars you want to race. Thank you once again for joining us, and have a wonderful day here with Rack Racing. Hello and welcome to the Desert Rat Racing League. Today we are at historic Adelaide, and in the back we have Shift Matt Good, followed by Claudio, and next up we have Finesse, and in 6th place Captain. And number 5 we have Creature, who's been leading strong this season. Number 4 is newcomer Barry, and number 3 is new to the season John, followed by Darius in 2nd, and on pole position, Raccoon, host of the Desert Rat Racing League. Let's go ahead and get into this race.
Thank you very much. We're going to start with a 9-lap race then, around the Adelaide Street Circuit, and it's drop the clutch and go, go, go. Raccoon in the black away very well indeed straight away. When we go and we see Darius on the chase as they run through the first center chicane. The front pair getting away nicely, and a little look down the inside as they head into Wakefield corner from Darius across the tram lines, but it's Raccoon who holds on, just getting a little bit wide on the way through the corners. Now we go through the famous 90-degree left, right, left situation as we run through the East Terrace, and it's contact from the back with Darius misjudging the exit there and getting very close and personal to the back of Raccoon's black Mini Cooper. As they run through, then we run into towards the Hutt Street section of this Adelaide circuit. Ride the curb, but don't go too far over it, and Raccoon is already defending hard down into the 90-degree right. It's very tight here, and Raccoon spun and tipped almost completely over, and a full spin in towards the barrier. Don't quite see from our commentary position whether he made it through without significant damage, but actually it's Barry who makes his way through with the identical liveried Creature also rushing to make the move, and then Darius getting very bouncy over the curbs as well. And it's a little bit chaotic here at the start as the two light blue with white striped Mini Coopers swap positions. Barry then holding on into 2nd. We've got Creature in 3rd, Darius in that 1st position, and then John in 4th place. Captain Ahab in 5th, with Matt Good up from the back into 6th position. Raccoon dropping down to 7th with Finesse and Merido behind them. Darius then, as they come through Foster's corner for the first time at racing speed. It's the 00 in the lead as they start lap 2. Darius leading, but only by the smallest of margins. 4/10 of a second is all that separate them as we get very close to that front bumper. Not perhaps the best of the racing cameras that we could have, but we watch from chase cam from the perspective essentially of Barry's nose here as we run in towards the next few corners, and it's Darius who is holding on at the moment. Barry and Creature chasing and pressurizing as much as possible. We've got Merido into the pits, I'm assuming to repair some damage, because that has to be an unscheduled pit stop. But Darius leads Barry and Creature. John is just 2 seconds back from the lead at the moment in the non-blue livery, and we've got 3 blue cars at the head of the race so far. Limitless, it says on Darius's front wings there. For a moment we get almost straight in through the roof, but it looks like Barry with a better exit on the way out of Flinders Street. Down Hutt Street we go, and looks like Barry has that all-important inside line. This is where things got a little bit testy for Raccoon on the previous lap, but it looks like Barry getting the move done nice and smoothly, and already opening out a 6/10 of a second gap. This was a position penalty post-race for running an opponent off the circuit there. That was given out, so that's an important note from race control. And then it looks like Barry running out of brakes on the way through Foster's, and we go 3-3 abreast on the way through the final sector there. Creature in third position, he's got John in the white and red, and behind them it looks like we've got Captain Ahab in the very light green Mini Cooper. That looks good from Ahab hopping over the curb. These minis are very stiffly sprung for such an undulating and aggressively curved circuit such as Adelaide. Looks like it's a real handful to keep them planted on the track surface as Darius gets into the barrier hard there on misjudging the exit of the corner, unfortunately, but maintaining momentum sufficiently to stay with Barry. Just 1.5 tenths of a second separating these two drivers, and it's contact again as now Darius is aggressively finding his way by, and in the background we've got a change for position. It's John up to third position, but it's Darius back into the lead of the race in the 00 darker blue Mini Cooper as they run through. Then it is they are hanging it all out, and these guys are not messing around today. It's a sprint race distance, just 9 laps, and we are 1/3 of the way through that distance. Very late on the brakes in the dark blue 00 as we look to cut through, and then we make contact at the apex, but Barry holds on to his position thanks to his track position earlier into the phase of the corner. The 99 then of John is catching these two who have made a real meal of getting through this track cleanly. It looks like Raccoon up from 7th up to 6th place in the background as well. Marito back out of the pits, but obviously having lost time. It's Barry leading Darius now as they start lap 4, and it's John down into up into third place, I should say. The Huskinveld sponsored Darius there, running in that 2nd place. We'd love a slightly higher helicopter, I think, from this camera angle, but we'll get used to it, and we'll do our best here. Barry leads the way then, 0.3 of a second. Well, that has disappeared through that 0.3 of a second, but Barry, Darius and John are your provisional podium sitters. Creature, Captain Ahab in 4th and 5th, Raccoon in that 6th position, Finesse in 7th, Matt Good back down to 8th again. Has been a roller coaster of a race so far for him. Talk about roller coasters. Launching in the air goes Barry, and it's these difficult curbs once again, and John sneaks through after Darius retakes the lead of the race, and it looked like for a moment there we might have consecutive race leaders on consecutive laps, but that's John then getting very out of shape once again. It must be a very, very difficult racetrack to get these Mini Coopers around at the kind of racing speed that the drivers are needing. This is Raccoon chasing down Captain Ahab now. Raccoon in 6th position as our race director is hunting for the best angle. The number 71 running through then and chasing down Captain Ahab. We go to see what will happen next, who is going to go for the next move. It is absolutely exciting stuff. First glimpse there at Finesse's car. It looks like a very interestingly liveried car as John tries to make an overtake, well, tries to stay, but makes avoiding action. He has popped the hood, he has bent the front fender, and is all going wrong for John then, as just like Matt Good, he's been up and then down again in the order. This is Captain Ahab, 14 points going into this point in the season so far. He's now got the pleasure of being in 4th and the pain of still having Raccoon right behind him. Looks like Creature went a little bit wide through there, and that means that Captain Ahab gets a momentum boost. In comparison, Raccoon is fully sliding around the corners. That was fantastic to see, and well held over there. Then you've got Ahab just getting up over the curb. The problem with these Mini Coopers, I think, is that they're quite tall and wide, and when you get close enough to the driver in front, you then can't see the exit. This is the fight for third, as it says on screen. This is Creature leading Ahab, leading Raccoon, 3rd, 4th and 5th positions. Meanwhile, up front, Darius has opened up a 1.8 second gap to Barry in the current standings, and that looks like it wasn't Barry. In fact, that was John potentially, or one. No, it was Merido getting the blue flag. It was Merido in the white and red, and there you can see some of the damage on Merido's car that he tried to pit to repair. I don't know if he's had subsequent damage after that point as they run through, and that's Merido getting deposed down, and there's the blue flag clear from him. So Creature, Ahab, Raccoon made it through that that lapping portion of the race without major incident or accident. And then we've got Creature running nicely then, a 1:46.000 his last lap. It's lap 6 of 9. Creature's hanging on just to this provisional podium position. In the background you can just about make out some of our other races, but for now we focus on this battle for 3rd position, and who knows what's going to happen next as they run towards Wakefield Corner. Remember, this is lap 6 of the 9 only, so the driver's really having to get on with it. We've already seen the consequence of sprint racing means drivers get a little bit more desperate than you might normally be used to seeing, and obviously making contact, but pushing to the absolute ragged edge here in these Mini Coopers to try and get that tiniest little bit of advantage on their rivals. Round we go. Onto the Jones straight. Ahab just getting a misjudgment, just hopping over that curb once again. You can use them, you can lean on them, but if you dare to step over them, they will bite you, and Raccoon knows that more than most, and he almost repeats what happened before. We have a front bonnet lying on the ground. That must be Barry's, because Creature's light blue front bonnet, and there it is, absolutely destroyed from Barry. His front end, he's had a complete livery change at the front. He's got his engine fully exposed. He can barely turn the car into the corner once again, and now it's Raccoon hanging on, but by the merest of margins from Ahab. But they'll be queuing up to pass the number 6 of what's left of Barry's Mini Cooper then, as they run through this section, heading down to finish out lap 6, down into Foster's Corner next for the drivers, and this will be a real test. And he lights up the tyres, the brakes locking. Raccoon is still pushing hard. Be very wary of that concrete barrier on the exit of Foster's, but it looks like Barry has managed to maintain a certain amount of momentum at this point then, and while I think his teammate Creature, certainly his matching livery mate here on the race, has managed to get by. Barry is going to try and play blocker now and rear gunner. This is our leader, Darius, on lap 7. He is some 9 seconds in the lead of the race, more due to the misfortune of the drivers behind him than perhaps by his underlying speed, but it's certainly topping the bill here. In consistency, another massively wide moment there as we take cover from our camera position, and that's Barry screaming, reversing back towards the barrier there, but it all began as he headed in to the chicane, lost the car at the start, and then he's a passenger, and well, bravery marks for our cameraman there, who didn't move his position. I was stepping back from my perspective. Looks like that's John getting by Barry as well in the background, just about by the tiniest of margins. This is the top 3, Darius, Creature and Raccoon, back from the dead from the early part of the race. A gap behind entering sector 3 there was on the screen for the merest of moments before I could even read it, but Darius leads Creature and Raccoon, with Captain Ahab definitely still in the hunt here for a provisional podium position. This is Raccoon as he comes through. Barry in the mangled Mini Cooper is hanging on to 5th place at this stage. John is in 6th, with Finesse in 7th, Matt Good in 8th. We haven't seen much of Matt Good yet. Merido, who's been lapped, down into 9th place. And we start the penultimate lap with our leader. Darius runs past the camera screen, camera position, and we wait the 9, 10, 11 seconds it is now to Creature and Raccoon. Captain Ahab tucking in and hoping for fireworks between these two. We get in a very narrow street section of the circuit as we go over the tram lines momentarily as well. That will unsettle the cars, but that is how things were qualified. Creature was 5th, he's now 3rd. Raccoon was 1st, he's now 3rd. And you can see Captain Ahab as well, running down in 4th position, desperate for a podium, I think, here. And that is John, starting to catch these guys as well. I think John putting in a really good late race stint here. Onto the brakes we go, and looks like Creature is doing enough at the moment. This is how things looked in the top 3. 45 points Raccoon, 28 for Finesse, and 20 for Darius. That's going to turn on its head a little bit with Darius. Now, 11 seconds just under ahead of this battle. Can Darius hang on till the end with this fantastic run he's had so far? And they approach our camera position and hit the brakes. And we've got Raccoon, who trying the undercut here, trying to just do anything to get a different racing line, put his rival in front of his ideal racing line. At the moment, though, Creature is equal to what Raccoon has got here to offer, but certainly be feeling the pressure as our leader has already started his final lap. Raccoon going for a very late lunge, then down into Foster's and taking 2nd position. He may suffer a little bit of loss of momentum down this start-finish straight, but he looks like he's hanging on for now. And that's Raccoon back into 2nd position and really hopping over those curbs, flirting with danger, but he has to do this to try and get this get the maximum amount of points available to him today, which I think is going to be 2nd, all things being equal. Captain Ahab now is trying to get himself onto that podium. Now that Raccoon's got by, Captain Ahab has a chance here to pass the light blue Mini of Creature. This is then Raccoon and Creature, followed by Ahab, almost obscured by how close he is to the car in front, riding those curbs a little more comfortably now. I think Raccoon has found his rhythm, and Creature is more likely to be passed than to make a pass. And Ahab is flying, and there's John behind them as well, putting in a really good final couple of laps here. But we are nearing the end as they go through the Duquetteville hairpin. But our leader is approaching the final sequence here of this terrific Adelaide round of Raccoon Racing, and it's Creature then running in that 3rd position. Still Captain Ahab presses, tries to maintain the gap. It looks like it's going to be a victory for Darius as he crosses the line and wins the race. Coming behind him, then we've got Raccoon closing in to that checkered flag and completing a fantastic 2nd position after the events that took place throughout the course of the race. Creature held on to the final step of the podium. Captain Ahab came home 4th, and we have John coming through in 5th position. Looks like Finesse is going to cross the line in 6th place. We might actually get our first look at Finesse, I think, here as we follow him on chase cam. I think he's got some pink accents on this blue car. He has, and some turquoise as well. And just making a slight meal of getting around Foster's, but Finesse going through and will pick up that checkered flag, although I think the flag waver has got tired and gone in for the evening now. And that is a late race issue, I think, for Merido. It looks like Matt Good is going to come through. This is the orange and black. Then, as I say, we haven't seen him yet throughout the course of the race, and he'll watch this back and wonder what he has to do. Well, going a little bit higher up perhaps, and Matt Good finishes in 7th position, and that should secure Merido through into 8th, and it does so, which means guaranteed it will be Barry to finish this one out and back to the studio.
That wraps up race 2 with session 3 at historic Adelaide. Next we're going to Watkins Glen. In the back we have Finesse in 6th place, followed by Matt Good in 5th, John in 4th, Captain in 3rd, Raccoon in 2nd, and Darius on pole position. Let's go ahead and get into this race.
Watkins Glen is the scene of the next round of the championship. Darius ahead then as he finished the race in the previous round in Adelaide as the cars get ready. And it's dropped the clutch and go, go, go. Beautiful grid start away from Darius as he looks to defend into this deceptively slow first corner of Watkins Glen. And it's Captain Ahab down the inside as well in the background, possibly getting ahead here of Raccoon. You can ride those curbs, just don't go too wide. And in Raccoon running wide has managed to go outside of track limits. I do believe that was just saying. So maybe there's going to be some stewards' notes after the race as they run through the S's then for the first time of asking. It is Darius ahead of Raccoon, ahead of Captain Ahab and John in fourth. Matt Good is in fifth and Finesse is in sixth place. As we head down, we're going to ignore the bus stop for today and head straight into what I like to call the front of the knee and stretch the metaphor of the boot. You know what I'm talking about, though. It is a fully banked right-hander. Before then, we head into the undulating section of this beautiful Watkins Glen circuit. A full defence on the racing line by Darius as Raccoon gets a little bit slidey and has to try and arrest the progress of the car. Down towards the toe of the boot we go, and Darius hanging on, but it's 0.2 of a second. Stamp on the throttle as soon as you've got that late apex up the hill then, and then we will run all the way down towards the heel of the boot. Darius ahead of Raccoon, but only by 1/4 of a second maximum. It is a beautiful day here at Watkins Glen. You couldn't ask for better conditions for driving, especially if you're paying for your tyre set for the season, as many club racing drivers have to. You don't want too hot temperatures to mess up your day. Running then in towards essentially the back of the knee. This is the penultimate corner as we go through, and that was a little bit wide from Matt Good, but much more competitive at the start here for Matt Good. That's track warning for him for running too wide on throttle as well. And there is Captain Ahab in third position, denied that podium in Adelaide. He'll be hoping to try and get that podium today, but he's got Matt Good on a resurgent form as he runs through not far behind. 0.6 of a second is all that separates our leader from second position. Captain Ahab is some 1.5 seconds further back, as this is only lap 2, of course, as we run through then. Behind him, we've got Matt Good. Finesse is only a tiny distance away from John. Finesse and Matt Good having a better race of it so far here. Far less incidents as we run then down towards the front of the knee. This is watching with Captain Ahab as we cut then to Raccoon, who gets a really good drive coming through that front of the knee section. And here we head into essentially the ankle of the boot. We'll see the track map in a moment, and you'll just turn your head to the side slightly and you'll get what I'm talking about. This is definitively known as the heel of the boot. Like I say, a nice late apex, meaning that you can get on the power really early. And you can enter that corner at a terrific speed. We just got a quick look, I think, at John, who was running in last and sixth position, but the pack nice and tight together for this Watkins Glen round of the championship, and that is very wide then from Darius to be lucky to avoid a track limit warning. I think he has done so. So that is fortunate for him and for our race. And then you can get pretty close to those tyres and that wall section. This is it looks like a parkland circuit here, but it is very close with the walls. Again, another wide run from Raccoon. That's twice by my count anyway, as they come through the final quarter and onto the start-finish straight. Once again, Darius leads us with just an 8-lap race this time on the longer permanent racetrack circuit. And currently Darius having a fantastic run of things, run of form and speed. Going wide in the background goes Finesse there in the blue and pink. In his hunt to try and track down Matt Good. Now, why did he not get a track limit warning on that run? I'm not quite sure, but he's trying to get that slipstream thanks to that little rear wing at the top there. Looks like that is helping a lot as running through. We've got you can see the slipstream actually taking effect, and with no bus stop to make use of the run, he fades to the inside. That looked like it was going to be a defense, but a big stop on the brakes then from Finesse. They make a tiniest bit of contact, but rubbing is racing, and they exit the corner as they entered it. Matt Good ahead in 4th position, but seeing a little bit more action and screen time as well for the Petros sponsored orange and black entry. And you've got Finesse then still hot on his heels as they head into the toe of the boot, and looks like he's getting a little bit of dirty air mid corner, but getting a really good exit there, it seems. Missed the apex, but it's not too much of a problem for him. It's getting really good with the slipstream as they head in towards the heel. I'm not quite sure what to make of these camera angles from my perspective. They're great and atmospheric, but I don't know, they're slightly too close to really see what's going on particularly well. This is Finesse then, as we go back to the leader, the 00 of Darius, and he is abusing those curbs as much as he can get away with through the penultimate corner, out of the final corner. He'll be encouraged to go bowling from his view of the racing from the reverse of that Salins sponsorship, and heading then into turn 1 for the next lap, lap 4 of 8. So Captain Ahab chasing down Raccoon, who has been gapped a little bit here by Darius now that they're on. Wow, both cars running very, very wide, and Finesse taking 4th off the circuit, but not as far off the circuit as Matt Good was. So I think the stewards will probably let that go because both cars were off at the time. But that has helped John, who kept things a lot tighter on the way through turn 1, to catch them significantly. We have a terrific battle, less than a second separating 4th, 5th and 6th here on lap 4, and this is the one to watch. And thankfully the race director agrees. Car 97 then now into 4th place, and his job is to try and make sure that he can get a good clean run coming out of the next few corners. You have the option to turn right and go for a very short circuit here at Watkins Glen, but we are doing the full circuit minus the bus stop. Darius leading by 1.0 seconds from Captain Ahab, and then this battle at the second half of the field is where it's all at. It is Finesse less than a second ahead of Matt Good, who himself is less than a second ahead of John. Great to see our drivers not having so many incidents this time round. The walls are a little bit further away, and the curves are a little bit more typical and forgiving than we saw in Adelaide. But Raccoon is now on the hunt, and I think he's got the bit between his teeth. He's got the car up to temperature, he's saved some tyres, and now it's time to dial it up to 11 and go looking for this win. Looking wide of the yellow line, but like I say, on exit here in Watkins Glen, it is okay if you can stay on the curbs. They're very forgiving and good. A good curb system here at Watkins Glen. Looked like perhaps Finesse was pretty wide there. Could be under pressure as we head down to turn 1 from Matt Good. Half a second separating them as Ahab goes wide, coming through turn 1 again. Looks like race control today are being pretty lenient on the exit of turn 1, more so than you usually see. That probably will just be a lap deletion from the fastest lap criteria for going super wide, but not a direct punishment. This is riding just behind Captain Ahab. Switch to Finesse, who has put a little gap on Matt Good, as it's almost like the drivers are stuck in an invisible barrier of just around half a second to the car in front, and it's difficult to close in any closer. But Raccoon is going to do his best here, not for the first time, sliding his way in towards the ankle here of the boot and heading down towards the toe we go. These little mini challenge cars are heaps of fun to drive, and the drivers, I'm sure, are getting the absolute most out of the performance of these cars today. Closing in to 0.3 of a second now. This is the battle for the lead on lap 5 of 8, and Raccoon closes in beautifully and gets a really healthy apex there through the corner. 2 wheels off the circuit, 2 wheels on is perfectly all right. and we head through then. It is 1/3 of a second between them. Natural concertina effect means that he goes, and that is a huge one from Captain Ahab, who launches into the air, hits the barrier. The crowd go wild. You just saw that in the background of shot, and we could hear it from as far away as our camera position, the crunch as he jumps up into the air. And that's Finesse overtaking Matt Good and John, because Captain Ahab has dropped down the order. I wonder if he'll be heading towards the pit lane for repairs pretty soon, but we stay with our focus here. There it was, yeah, full retirement. I'm not surprised, given the level of contact with the barrier that Captain Ahab had. Probably hurt the suspension and might struggle sitting down for the next few days as well with a stiffly sprung Mini Cooper. But meanwhile, we are 1/10 of a second only apart here, as Darius leaves the door open on the way down. He's putting the squeeze on, but it's a little bit late to squeeze your rival when you've already let him get alongside you. He breaks later on the racing line. They make contact, and that was avoidable, I think, from both drivers. I think Raccoon is holding off and waiting. Yeah, that is very sporting of Raccoon. No penalty for returning the position. Didn't want to lose a potential win on the circuit, but he's been so generous. He's lost a second thanks to that contact. It is lap 6. There is time for Raccoon to try and recover this one, but it is not going to be easy. It's an uphill battle now for Raccoon to try and close in, but he's got the speed. He's already closing in nicely. Behind them, Finesse could be on for a P3 today, and he has opened out a gap of nearly 2 seconds from Matt Good, and the continuing battle Matt Good has with John. Captain Ahab, your retiree so far, with that misjudgment coming out of the back of the knee, which we're approaching now. It is a sort of 160-degree hairpin style corner. It's quite slow, and it is quite tempting to get on the power just that tiny bit too early, and uncharacteristically there, the exit of the curb is quite close to the barrier, and that's what we saw with John. Side by side almost are with Captain Ahab. Side by side are Matt Good and Captain Ahab. This is the penultimate lap starting for the leaders. 1.3 seconds separating Darius and Raccoon. Down we go into turn 1. Matt Good holds on to 4th position at the moment. And we look at the side of some buildings for a moment as we wait for the cars to come through into shot. There we go. And that is our leaders, Darius, Raccoon. And then we hold position to see Finesse come through, and Matt Good with John chasing him down very hard indeed. We should stay with this battle, and indeed we do, as John in a much more together coloured car, and without the damage that we saw in Adelaide on John's car, is closing in on a potential overtake here. Remember, this is the penultimate lap, 7 of 8, as we run through a really good race distance, I think, for our drivers to prove their speed and their racecraft without getting too far apart, I think. But remember, we do have that one retirement. That is Captain Ahab. So 5 runners remain as we look for a better apex here on board with John, and we're definitely going to get it. But actually, it looked like Matt Good with a good slingshot out from the wide position. In car, this is great. This is great. The first time we've seen some in-car footage here, and we're going to sit in the passenger seat. That's quite the joyride for a passenger there on board with John. 0.5 of a second apart from P4. Meanwhile, at the front, about to approach the penultimate corner on the penultimate lap, is Darius, who is 1.4 seconds to the good ahead of Raccoon. I wonder if Raccoon might have picked up a little bit of damage on the front left there, because his pace has dropped off since that aborted attempt for an overtake that resulted in contact down into the front of the knee after the S's into the start of Sector 2. And Raccoon running wide once again. It's easily done through here. This is the final lap then for Darius, who could be going back-to-back wins between Adelaide and shortly followed here by Watkins Glen. Running past our camera position, then goes Finesse and Matt Good with John in that 5th place still very much within striking distance. I think, though, that Darius is too far away for Raccoon to continue to dream of a potential win. He'll keep pushing and pressurizing till the very end, I'm sure. But his hopes are fading. With every corner Darius manages to run through smoothly. Just keeping my eye on those time differences. John is 1/10 of a second only away from Matt Good, and I think John has just snuck by into 4th place very late in the race. Matt Good will be sick to see that happen right at the very end, and he's now clear by 2/10 of a second. John into 4th place as we run through this final into the final sector of this final lap. Darius leading by 2.4 seconds at this stage, but a very late overtake from John. Must have been down into the front of the knee there. And then one more tricky corner, unsighted exit for Darius. That's what caught out Captain Ahab, but it's Darius running into the penultimate corner now. This one looks to be a fantastic and pretty dominant win then from Darius, who manages to hold off Raccoon all race long. Darius wins in Watkins Glen, and Raccoon dips over to the pit wall to thank his team. That's Raccoon in 2nd, Finesse in 3rd, and John comes home to take that run ahead of Matt Good for 4th and 5th positions. So this is how things have run throughout the course of our season so far. Raccoon leading ahead of Finesse and Darius, JLA and Captain Ahab, Creature, Matt Good and Rad making out the top 8 positions, but it's furiously close at the top. We'll hope to see you again soon. Thanks for watching this time, though. I'm Webbo. I'll catch you on the next race day.
Alrighty. Welcome back to Raccoon Racing. We are currently watching Eltham attempt to get back to the pits. But it looks like they're getting there, and it looks like as we were tuning back in, Passos here managing to take pole position with a 1:22.2. That's an impressive lap time, followed by the Goose is Loose, notorious in the Raccoon Racing Productions. He is currently with a 1:23, nearly flat, followed by Spoozer behind him with a 1:24.8, and Garrow with a 1:24.9. We got 6.5 minutes left on the clock. We'll go ahead and cut back to our corkscrew cam just for now as we go ahead and go over a few things with these races. This is the Open Broadcast League. No points, no competitiveness, just a bunch of chaos and letting an open lobby race while I commentate on it. Currently, we are going to Laguna Seca. As you can see, we have that timer on 60 times speed as we were going through the night and day cycle on this corkscrew cam in our qualifier break. We've got a large grid today, almost a full pack, 30 cars out of the possible 31. We can't get 32 as I have to be in the race itself. What we're going to go ahead and do while these drivers are finishing setting their lap, we're going to go ahead and add every driver in the lobby. And let them know. Almost through the friends list inning. All right, all the friends requests have been sent out. Let's go ahead and get back to our camera now. As we get to the track side, we'll get to that corkscrew cam. Oh, we passed it. It's coming. I can feel it. There it is. Only 3 minutes left on the clock now, and a few extra minutes just to get their last qualifying laps in. Thank you, Suzuki, for the follow. This is a new thing we're trying out today and going to be doing on the Raccoon Racing YouTube and Twitch channel going forward is going to be the open lobby broadcast. And this is going to be where I'm going to open up these lobbies to anybody to join, and I'm going to be commentating them for them live. So that way you guys can come back here and watch your races be commentated for free while getting to enjoy a race of your choosing. We're going to be mixing it up these next few races, starting with these GT3s after finishing 2 multi-class races with the GT3s, 4s, and LMP1 cars. Those are some chaotic and interesting races, but we could definitely see the confusion happening between the multi-class cars, so we've decided to even out the playing field for the rest of today's sessions. It's a beautiful day here in Suzuka with the track at 20 degrees Celsius and the air is 14 degrees Celsius itself. Low wind with dry track and clear skies. It's going to be an interesting, clean race hopefully today. I say that with absolutely no hope in my heart because this is an open lobby. We know how these things go. They're all about the chaos. We're here to see who survives, not who wins. And as we take a look over at the scoreboard, we do see that Passos has pitted for the rest of this session, claiming that pole position with nearly a second ahead of the Goose is Loose with that 122.24. That is a beautiful lap from Passos, but the Goose is Loose not too far behind with that near 23 flat with that 0.016. An amazing lap indeed. These two are hopefully going to fly away at the start of the lap. The Goose is Loose saying he did have a possible good lap coming, but it was binned, so that was an abandoned lap for him. We have Garrow rounding up the podium position possibilities with 123.8, nearly 8/10 off of the Goose is Loose, followed by Phoenix, Dambros, Spoozer, Arturo, Marine, Kuza, Poliorni, iTries, Mosa, Broforce, Mad Max, HPW, Eden, Jose, that's a Jose name, Baranga, Brun, Ben Victor, Fur, PZ, Maining, Kami, Eltham, Mycotron, Flood, Prolinian, Zunig, and myself as the commentator there in the 30th position. We still have one more slot open. And welcome again to everybody who's joining us today. If you haven't already, please feel free to follow the channel. Will be doing live commentary going forward on these public races, and when I am not doing actual live, we have replays of the Desert Rats Racing League, a league that I have professionally commentated by another wonderful commentator by the name of Webo Commentary in the Mini Coopers for this game, the JCW Mini Coopers. That league runs once a month and usually hosts between 2 to 3 races, points based on the amount of drivers that show up per session. If you'd be interested in that, feel free to type !league in the chat or type !Discord to join the league Discord. We also have an upcoming series with the Twin Snakes Racing League, being a feature series of team racing with the Ginetta G40 and G55 Super Cup. Teams will be a pair of drivers, one racing the 40, one racing the 55. 3 championships in total with 2 drivers' championships and a team championship. So even if your teammates can't make it, you still have something to strive towards. These will be monthly featurette races with Desert Rats Racing and Twin Snakes Racing. That is what we do here at Raccoon Racing Productions. We provide free races monthly for you to be able to arrive and drive and have a good time with other drivers from around the world. We've got 40 seconds left on the qualifying clock here. As we go ahead, I will go ahead and get this recording started as we can talk about the entries. So as our qualifying session wraps up, it looks like the Goose is Loose is able to come out on top with a last-second lap. He originally had somebody ahead of him, but it looks like they abandoned the race for now. But he's going to be followed by Garrow in the second place position, Phoenix in third, and Leandro in fourth. We'll go ahead and talk about the rest of the grid here in a moment as we load into the next session. Actually, it looks like we do still have a moment. So we have Spoozer in fifth, iTries in sixth, Arturo in seventh, Maniac Marine in eighth, Kuza in ninth, Polo Ernie 007 in 10th, Moza in 11th, Broforce, Mad Max, HPW, Eden, Jose, Brun, Lef Manning, Baranga, Fur, PZ, Ben Victor, Kami, Eltham, Migotron, Flood, and Zuniga to wrap up the rest of the pack. We have 27 drivers here on the track today. I will not be in this session as I am here to provide you with commentary. We have a minute and a half left till the start of the race. Let's go ahead and get into it. About 30 seconds left on the clock now as we get ready to head into this race session. The warning bells are ringing now as we get 15 seconds left on the clock. All right, and we are off with the Goose is Loose, leading the pack. A great launch off. Let's go ahead and get our information up on the board. Leading our way down into the first 2 turns of Laguna Seca. Let's make sure there's no chaos as we come around into turns 2 and 3. Looks like the front runners are able to make it around. I don't see any drivers off the track yet, other than on the other side. I do see somebody in the 23rd and 24th position. It looks like Brun has gone off track and maybe Ben Victor as well. The Goose is Loose, leading off with a half-second gap from Phoenix. Garrow and Spoozer chasing from behind as well with the rest of the grid on their tail. Once again, the Goose is Loose, leading the pack and not giving any headway to Phoenix. Phoenix is going to have to try hard to make a pass on Goose is Loose, notorious in Raccoon Racing Productions for being a newcomer in the Desert Rat Racing League and dominating in the top podium spots every race. But Phoenix isn't giving up just yet. He's chasing into the corkscrew. Ooh, it looks like our game got a little bit of a issue here, maybe a desync. There we go, we've got that fixed. Apologies for that issue. And we're starting to see the first few drivers drop out of the track. We've had 28 at the start, we're down to 25. That's 3 drivers gone. As Phoenix getting a little loose on the exit in the last turn, Giro might be able to capitalize on that if he gets in the draft soon enough. And incredible racing from our front runners here, but let's take a look in the back of the pack because I do see a group coming and forming with Kuza, Dambros, and oh, we see contact. That's going to be a lot of damage for the drivers into that turn. Looks like Mad Max was able to slide by as well as I tries HPW and Jose. We're going to be seeing some drivers returning to the pits after that as he makes a bold dive around the outside to make it into that turn. Double taking, 2 overtakes from our driver in the 17 car. Beautiful. I believe that is Dambros. No, that is Mad Max. He's blowing through. If he keeps up this pace, he'll be able to break away from the rest of the pack and start making an attack on Polo up there. And we do see ahead, the Goose is Loose still leading by about a second in front of Garrow. Polo having to chase after them from behind with a 5-second gap with Mad Max and Dambros right on his tail. I tries catching up as well. HPW leading the rest of the pack in the back from 7th place. Oh, and it looks like we may have had some more drivers off in the corkscrew. And once again, the Goose is Loose, leading now by a 1.5 seconds. He's building up that gap every sector. But Garrow is still chasing him with nobody behind him. Polo being the one who's having to struggle with Dambros on his tail. And Dambros himself also dealing with Jose behind. And welcome in anybody to the chat. I appreciate the feedback. It's always welcomed. It looks like we are having some issues with our camera today. I don't know why my game is doing that. Hasn't been doing it for the other races, but oh well, we will deal with what we've got to deal with. And as we take a look, it looks like Garrow is still making that attack. Polo has broken free from the rest of the group, so he is in that 3rd position comfortably. Jose being attacked from behind by Dambros still. And he's off the track. That's going to be tragic for Jose. And it looks like we had another driver off in the back as well. That is Jose still. Let's go ahead and cut up ahead towards the corkscrew. Come on. I know our camera will give it to us at some point. There we go. As our drivers come through, that is going to be the 2 and 3 position cars with Polo, Garrow, Dambros, Flood coming through. There is going to be Moza, Eden, Mad Max, I tries, and Marine. Arturo, HPW. And here we come. We have one more coming through in the 13th position. There is going to be Kami coming into the hairpin. Not the hairpin, the corkscrew, I apologize. Let's get our cameras fixed for a moment. Oh, and what happened there? There we go. I'm not too sure what's going on with that camera there. But we are back on track now with the Goose is Loose with a 7-second gap to Polo, leading with another 5 seconds or so to Dambros and Flood behind. We're seeing some intense racing though. We're on 7th position. Mad Max trying to catch up to Eden to attack that 6th place position, but he has Marine and Arturo right behind him. And it looks like Micatron is dealing with a pit stop that appears to be possibly 5 minutes or more long. He's going to have to hope for some carnage to happen in front of him to mix up some of those laps. And we see a bumper go off as another driver is off the track. It looks like it might have been Marine is off with a broken bumper and broken car in general. And Flood is starting to make a gap closer to Dambros up here as they come up towards the corkscrew. Moza and Mad Max not too far behind with Eden and Arturo chasing down the corkscrew. Laguna Seca proving, oh no, and there goes Mad Max off into the turn. He needs to get on the brakes, but thankfully nobody hits him as Moza and Flood make it by, and Arturo does as well here in a second. Eden coming down with HPW, passing Mad Max as they enter into the last turn. That's going to be unfortunate for him. We do see up ahead that Dambros is still being chased down slowly but surely by Flood. And then if we look back into the 6th position, Arturo is being chased down by Eden as well as we enter into the nighttime portion of our race. Headlights are coming on, reflections shining off the mirrors of our drivers' cars. Arturo having a little bit of space now to breathe and set some clean laps. Hopefully he'll be able to make use of that time as we enter into the 18th minute remaining. Mosa still being chased down by Arturo. And HPW and Eden seem to have gone off the track. A bit of a collision, which is going to give Mad Max his position back from earlier in 7th place. He's going to slide through in that portion of the corkscrew, almost freaking out over a ghost car. How spooky. I believe that was the ghost of Kami. Or no, it looks like it's another back marker further back. Not too sure which car that is. It looks maybe possibly to be the 18 of Eltham. It does appear so, yes. As we come back, Ambrose is still being again chased down by the flood, with Mosa and Arturo in a battle of their own. But Kami and Phoenix almost coming together before the corkscrew. That would be bad to have happen again and again. And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be Kami off of the track, with Phoenix being able to overtake him. He's going to win that battle for now. And as we look ahead, Arturo is starting to make pace on Mosa, and the same thing cannot be said for Flood, as he's lost 6 seconds to D'Ambrose. But in the meantime, D'Ambrose is making his way towards Polo. He might be able to chase down that 2nd place position as they come up towards the corkscrew. Our camera's giving us a little bit of trouble here. Here we go as they come into the corkscrew. Using the banking to slide his car in and get as much acceleration out at the turn as possible. He is chasing down Polo now. He wants that 2nd place position. And if our drivers were being attentive and aware, they are going to be aware. Ooh, there's a car coming back onto the track. That looks to be our number 12 position car, I Tries. He needs to try a little harder to keep the car on the pace. And it looks like we have another driver off in 15th, with Zuniga going off before the corkscrew. Looks like that might be a retirement for him. Once again, D'Ambrose doing his best to chase down Polo as they come up to some of the back markers coming out of the pits. Some beautiful driving from our front runners here. The Goose is Loose dominating the pack as he makes his way through the back markers, but Polo and D'Ambrose putting on an amazing clean race here. And Flood doing his best to make up some pace from earlier. As they make their way past another back marker, it looks like to be the number 17 position car of Micatron. Or I apologize, that was the number 11 of Kami. 11th position, not 11th car number. I apologize for that confusion. And that is going to be our safety car. It looks like they are going to be coming out of the pit, I believe. I couldn't tell if the sign was just for the yellow flag or if we are entering the safety car period. We'll see here in a moment. I believe I am mistaken, as the drivers are still going on. Let's go ahead and get onto the cockpit cameras. That will give us a better idea. As we ride with the Goose is Loose, flying in first place with a 19-second gap. Struggled a little bit at the start, but he's definitely shown why he is a fierce competitor and why you should never let him be loose. A little bit more about the Goose is Loose. As we said, he is a driver in the Raccoon Racing Productions Deseret Racing League. Joining only recently with only, I believe, 2 or 3 sessions under his belt now. He's made a dominating charge through the pack of points, making an impressive feat in our double point session of getting on the podium in both of our races. Ooh, and I spoke too soon. He is off the track. He's going to need to recover quickly before Polo catches up to him, with Flood not far behind. Looks like he's having a quiet drive there now with Polo in his little car. The Nissan, the Nismo, the red and white stripes, beautiful car with the Motel sponsorship. Modal, yeah, Modal, not Motel. I don't know why I said Motel. And ooh, it looks like the Flood has gone off and smacked into the wall. That might be some damage to his front right end. As 2 more drivers entering the corkscrew, we have Mosa being chased down by Arturo. Arturo in the Logitech branded McLaren. sorry, not Logitech. That front end made it look like it. That is actually a Fanatec livery. Getting my sponsors wrong. But he is going after Mose. There's a car on the track, causing some issues from our Thorough. Is this looking like he's about to be some menacing fights? Or is that HPW? That is not HPW making the attack on them. Is this driver going to attempt to make a kill blow? Looks like to be it's the car of I tries. He is braking. That is definitely some retaliation there. We're going to go ahead and give I tries a warning. That is going to be our verbal warning to him. That is the chaos of public lobbies, though. People let the motions get the best of them, because what do they have to lose? It is just for fun, isn't it? It's definitely for our enjoyment tonight, as we are in the open broadcast sessions of Raccoon Racing Productions, where we take open lobbies and we commentate over them live, watching the chaos, seeing the survival. We know we started this race with 30 cars on the grid, and we're down to 13 now. We're truly seeing the strongest survivors out here in Automobilista 2 in the GT3 category. Once again, we see Polo's being chased down by Flood. We'll go ahead and join Flood in the cockpit camera, seeing that nighttime chase happen in real time. As we enter into the first two turns of Sector 1 at Laguna Seca, it looks like Polo has a pretty good entry, but will Flood be able to get a better exit to chase him down? Not quite. The Audi not able to catch up to the Nismo, but we know the Audi's going to be able to slide through the turns a lot better since it doesn't have a massive wing like the Nismo. And at Laguna Seca, being able to have that slip angle is important to half these turns. That way you can maneuver your car into a position that lets you go ahead. And it looks like Mad Max has retired. The man having a brutal session of sim racing today. No doot. Mad Max today. And it looks like Polo has made a mistake in the Nissan, allowing Flood to overtake towards the corkscrew. Let's go ahead and cut to our camera. Oh no, we're going to miss the action. What is happening? Here we go. And he's able to make it by. Flood is breaking loose towards Goose. He has to run away from Polo now. As we look back, though, we can see that Phoenix is being chased down by HPW in the McLaren there. Looks like he may have had some scrape damage. I'm not too sure, though, as we cut back to Flood and the battle with Polo, Audi versus Nissan tonight at Laguna Seca. And if you are enjoying what you're seeing here tonight, definitely feel free to give us a follow. We plan to do more sessions like this of the open broadcasting system, where I will be going into these open lobbies and broadcasting and commentating live on them, so you can enjoy races without having to worry about getting into a league or anything like that. Simply arrive, show up, and drive. Anything you do to support the channel here does go back into prize rewards for any Raccoon Racing Productions series, such as the Desert Rats Racing League or the Twin Snakes Racing League. Both free to enter and hosted through Automobilista 2 by myself, Raccoon Racing. Here on Twitch and on YouTube, it is going to be Rack Racing, RACC, And again, as we see, Flood is getting to break away from Polo here as we enter into the 11th lap with 10 minutes left to go. We still haven't seen that safety car come out. I'm going to have to double check those settings, as we've only been seeing it come out towards the end of the race. It's definitely a little strange. We'd rather see it come out at least at the 50% mark. And if you are interested in racing like this or the commentary, definitely feel free to join our Discord with the Desert Rats Racing League Discord, soon to be rebranded to the Raccoon Racing Productions Discord. Our goal here is to provide fun racing, chaotic racing for these public sessions for you to watch, and free to enter leagues. We don't only just feature Automobilista 2, we are planning to expand to other series with partnering up with leagues to be editing and commentating for them here in the future. We are working currently with the Shift E-Racing group with an iRacing league called Roadmasters, where they will be hosting the GT3s and Formula 4s in monthly races that do have cash rewards. It is a $5 entry for the series, but that $5 can go towards a lot. Otherwise, we've also recently worked with the Goose is Loose, his other league that he races in, Opa Racing, which is also a GT3 category, showing how dominating he is in these cars and why. We've recently provided a free quick mashup video for them after a race I've participated in with them. They are wonderful racers. Glad to have done some work for them. And their feedback was amazing as well. I got to wake them up that morning to Christmas tree present, you know? And it looks like Flood really has broken away from Polo at this point. The Goose is Loose still with an 18-second gap and won't be touched. The only real challenge right now looking like it's if Moza can catch up to Polo or Phoenix can be caught up by HPW. But we do know that safety car is coming soon. We're going to have to keep an eye out on the side of the track to see if that sign lights up with the safety car. That will give our drivers one last final sprint. As we see another driver off, it's going to be the 7th place position of Garrow. As we drive into the night, it's looking like our track has actually warmed up a little bit from the start. I don't believe it was 19 degrees when we started on the track. These tires are definitely doing their job, putting it down, putting some rubber out. That is it. That's going to be the safety car signal. I can see it there over in the camera. We're going to go ahead and take a break from the commentary while our safety car rolls out. You'll be able to take a look at the race board itself while the car is going to keep an eye out on who pits and what does what. As we see a car slide out in front of the safety car, that's not a good look. All right, we will be right back with Raccoon Racing Productions and Automobilista 2. As we come back, the pack is now back together. The Goose is Loose is going to be chased by Flood, and we currently see Polo is trying to make his way back up with Moza behind him. Our safety car is in. That's going to be the restart. Nobody was able to catch up aside from Flood, but that's going to give the Goose is Loose a new challenge. The Flood didn't get quite a good launch, though, on the restart. Looks like he's stuck behind a back marker at the moment. It's going to give the Goose is Loose a good chance, but as we took a look back, Polo is going to be chased down by Moza on the restart. We've got 4 minutes left on the clock. That's going to give our drivers a couple of laps to go. For taking a look at the best laps, we see a minute 23 being the best lap from the Goose is Loose. So we're going to be expecting at least 4 to 5 more laps here at Laguna Seca tonight. And once again, as we said, we're currently watching Moza chasing down Polo. Let's go ahead and join him in the onboard, see what it's like for these drivers tonight. As we come into the morning, dusk, dawn, This is going to be the dawn, not the dusk, my silly self. Here we go. The switchback attempt to be made, but he's not quite sticking it down like he needs to be for the catch up to Polo. Polo in that Nissan going perfect exit almost towards the corkscrew. It's going to be hard for Moza to catch up. As we see them coming down, let's get the camera going and working, please. There we go. There's our corkscrew camera. As we can see, Moses chasing him down. Flood a little bit too far behind the Goose is Loose with a 3.5 second gap. 4 seconds. Oh no, did Flood go off the track? It does look like he has. He's hit the barrier. That looks like it's terminal damage. That's going to be unfortunate for Flood after making his way up into second place. There it is. That is the retirement. As the other two come around, here comes Polo and Moza down the back or the front straight. Will he make an attempt at some deep diving or late braking? Let's find out. He's going to go around the outside. Polo doing a great job of defending. And it looks like he's not able to quite stick the move. That's going to lead Polo in that second place position at the moment. But Moza doing everything he can. They're touching bumper to rear end. As they come into Sector 2, here they come. They're going to be going down into the wide left-hander up towards the corkscrew. Shifting down to third gear, I believe. It's going to be second for Moza, though, as he makes an attempt at that switchback once again. Polo dipping into the dirt. Maybe hungry for that second place victory. He doesn't want to give up third place yet, now that we had another driver disqualify themselves. Only 8 drivers remain from the 30 that started. The Goose is Loose leading the pack by 22 seconds, insanely, after that safety car reset. This is going to be the focus of the end of our event for today. At Laguna Seca, Polo and Moza providing us the commentary and racing we deserve with free broadcasting. And almost into the pits, he doesn't quite get the safe exit he needs into the last 2 turns. It's going to compromise his exit, but maybe with the draft he'll be able to keep up on Polo as the crowd goes wild in the stands. Here they come again, down into turn 1 and 2. Polo really keeping it down and maintaining the line he needs to, but Moses is going to be able to benefit from that draft as they come around, entering into Sector 2 here soon. A little bit of contact as the two drivers keep battling each other head to head in this reset. And as we look at the grid, we currently have the Goose is Loose, followed by Polo, Moza, Phoenix, HPW, Brun, Broforce, and Microtron. They've made it to the end of this race through sheer force and determination. Because in the end, even though if Mike is down 10 minutes, he still beat, let's count that, 22 other drivers in this race. Simply by keeping his head up and his wheel straight. Moza once again trying to make an attack onto Polo as we enter into the last laps of this race. We do see the timer has disappeared, meaning we are on the final lap. The Goose is Loose leading by 26 seconds now from that 22-second gap we saw before. The blue flags are out for the cars behind. We're looking at the 8th and 7th position of Microtron and Broforce coming down into the front straight, blocking Polo and Moza. But they are racing their own race as well. Microtron trying to catch up to Broforce to make an overtake. Ooh, and that looks like that is going to be Moza spinning out. That's going to guarantee Polo the victory if he's able to keep his track or his car on the track. As we take a look, that is going to be the Goose is Loose coming into the corkscrew. Or I should say, coming out of it, he has once again broken loose from the pack, living up to his name, speeding along with that 23-second gap. Our camera's not wanting to do what they're supposed to be doing. He enters into the final turn of the track, and that is going to show the Goose is Loose as our GT3 winner at Laguna Seca today. Congratulations to him. He put in a wonderful drive, especially after that restart, building up a 20-second gap once again. It's a beautiful thing to do here at Laguna Seca. In some cars built purposely for racing. If you're hearing this today, Goose is Loose, go ahead and, oh, actually, now that I'm looking at it, the timer hasn't come out. He's on the final lap now. He is currently pushing. The race is not over. Not too sure what happened with our timer there. That is very strange that it's disappeared, but we still are seeing the racing. But that is the +1 lap, I believe, in Automobilistic 2. It can be a little finicky. Good job again to the Goose is Loose. I've got to clear up some space on my computer, apparently. Haha, the recording cut off, but we still have the stream to go back and download from, so that is okay. Let's go ahead and clear this up real quick. What is today, the 19th? I'm going to take a look at a few things real quick. We can delete that. And once again, that will bring us to a conclusion as Polo is racing towards the last few turns of the track now. That is going to be the last turn for him, followed by Moza. Congratulations to our podium winners today. That is going to be the Goose is Loose, Polo, and Moza. Good job to these drivers. They put it through to the end. It's not an easy thing to do in these public races. Do the easy thing here to clear up some space on my computer. We're going to just delete a video game because that's the beauty of storage space. Let's see. This can go. And this can go. According to the Goose is Loose, he was almost out of gas there at the end of the race. That definitely can be a conundrum to have, as that can disqualify if you can't cross over the finish line. That's a very terrible way to have to end. But once again, congratulations to the Goose is Loose. You had a wonderful race. And if you are enjoying what you are seeing tonight, remember to give a follow here on Twitch. We do appreciate the support. Any revenue made during the stream goes towards Raccoon Racing Productions leagues as reward prizes to our incredible drivers. Welcome back to the Desert Rats Racing League. Today we are in session 4 with our first race of the session being at Most Sport Canada. We have newcomer Zingy leading the field of the pack, followed by another newcomer Chris. Returning members Shift Finesse and Shift Darius are leading out 3rd and 4th, followed by John in 5th place, 6th place being Captain, 7th being Get Me 240s returning from Season 0, 8th place being the host himself, Raccoon, and in the back we have Shift Rat Viper. Let's go ahead and hand it over to the broadcaster's box and get started on this race today.
Oh, what a great day to be racing in Most Sport Canada. It's drop the clutch and go, go, go. Firing off the line with a tremendous launch goes Zingy and getting the whole shot into turn 1. It looks to be plenty of fighting happening behind as they will head south down towards turn 2, Clayton Corner. And it looks like it's Finesse who's got ahead of Chrisworth. Darius though chasing hard, and they're side by side as they approach the Quebec corner. And it looks like Finesse is going to claim it. Darius right on there, and for a moment they were exactly tied for position, Chrisworth and Darius. Zingy though away very nicely indeed. We've got Chrisworth and John now paying a watching brief in the red tail white nosed Mini. A little bit of contact. Rubbing's racing in this single spec road car run, but that's beyond rubbing. That's car 60 spun around. That's Chrisworth down into P9, and right at the very back of the race, that promotes, of course, Captain Ahab, Raccoon, Rat Viper, and Get Me 240s, but Zingy leads, but with a small margin at this early stage ahead of Finesse, Darius, and John. Captain Ahab on screen right now, and trying to get those tyres working, get them into a good window as they head into in towards the S's, and then it'll be into the final corner, White's corner, turn 10. Just a small racetrack, of course, here at Motorsport, but is no less challenging for that as they cross the line to start lap 2. Zingy leads Finesse by just over 1 second over the newly resurfaced section of that turn 1. Change of grip quota as well, and again they hit into some new surfacing into Clayton. They will have to just be conscious of that. Finesse then trying to catch. He's got Darius not far behind in the blue with white stripes, and then we look to see back, and there's John and Captain Ahab fighting incredibly hard. The lime green body of Captain Ahab certainly trying to make some threat in the mirrors. What news of Raccoon? Well, he's up from a uncharacteristically low qualifying position. Raccoon in P6 right now, some 6 seconds away from the lead of the race. That's quite a long way back at this very early stage, but getting a little bit squirrely with the Union flag on the roof there of the British Racing green car. It looks to be, I think that's Rat Viper right at the very back, but Darius tucked right up underneath the rear of the red and black racer Finesse just ahead, as they will go wheel to wheel and toe to toe on the way through and in towards finishing out this second lap. Of course, a very quick race we've got in store for you here, as the drivers make sure that they don't challenge their minis too far and cause too much in the way of wear. Lap 3 begins. Zingy ahead of Finesse, who is just ahead of Darius, but Finesse goes very wide, might end up picking up a penalty on the exit of turn 1 there as they head down into Clayton. He's recovered the car, looks to be okay in terms of penalty, but Darius is hot on his heel. Having a look into the right hand side mirror, looking for that inside line through Quebec corners. Quite a long corner, quite early apex, and then we join him on the hood underneath the Chevrolet overpass over the crest, and we're looking for that apex in towards turn 4 and to the Moss complex. Love a corner section called Moss as a Brit here, and Darius with a nice little inside maneuver through the Moss complex, and then they get to go full throttle then back uphill towards down the Mario Andretti straight away and in towards the S's. Once again, it's going to be quite a fast entry into the S's. You've got it on the driver point of view here, and we look forward to seeing how the drivers handle this one. That's late on the brakes from Darius, who is caught a little bit unawares. First time I think he's entered the corner of the S's and in towards White without a car directly in front as a reference point to read the situation in front of him. Zingy leads at the start lap 4, as he has done from the pole position, by 2.7 seconds now ahead of Finesse, Captain Ahab, John, Raccoon, Get Me 240s, Chrisworth and Rat Viper at the very back of the grid. This is on board the very front of John Alsona's car, and we head in towards Clayton once again, chasing down Captain Ahab. Got the podium still within sight here. There's a lot to read for the race for John. I'm sure he's biding his time. Very good on the tyres, John. That's Chrisworth there with the white body, blue roof. And right at the back, there's Rat Viper racing in the tremendous British colours. Get Me 240's favourite music genre here on the screen, and he does like a Ferrari F12 Berlinetta. Yeah, it's quite a step down the Mini Cooper series. I'm sure though, single spec racing, we do love a bit of single spec racing here on the channel, and of course the Desert Rats Racing League. Zingy though ahead now just by 2.3 seconds. A further second back from Darius. In second place is Finesse, and Captain Ahab and John continue to be locked as I think one of the closest battles on the grid at the moment. Here is Darius though, Grindwork his main sponsor, as they run through There is John, look, as they start lap 5. The leader starts lap 5 anyway. Raccoon picking up the pace. That was a 1:27.4 for him, faster than the leader, in fact, and only John faster than Raccoon. So he is closing in the distance. There's a car wide in the background. That's Finesse, unfortunately, just running out of room on the Clayton turn. A long corner and a long way off the racing line, and certainly wide. That allows Captain Ahab to pounce then. The pressure finally paying off here as the drivers race over the crest, and then it's a sharp left of turn 4 taken at near full throttle, then down, leaning on that front axle, the front splitter even dragging on the ground as they go through moss, and our drone cam gets incredibly close to the action. This is your current championship standings as the race is running on this particular moment in history, but Zingy leads by just 1.7 seconds. Captain Ahab and Darius unlocking a little bit of pace now that they've managed to clear Finesse. Finesse, though, holding off John at this stage, and also Raccoon in 6th place. Get Me 240 is on 7th position. Chrisworth in 8th, and at the back of the grid we've got Rat Viper on P9 at the moment. Lap 6 begins. This is Darius. His gap to the leader Zingy 1.8 seconds now. It's flexing and shifting a little bit. Get Me 240s in the British Racing Green Mini, catching Raccoon as well, and I wonder if that's going to halt Raccoon's progress towards the front of this grid now that he's got Get Me 240s directly behind him and pressurizing. But this is Finesse, P4. 28 flat was his last lap. That was the slowest on the circuit in the inside the top 8. Darius running on a 26.9. This Mosport Canada circuit certainly seems to have spread the field out quite a bit as the 00 of Darius navigates that tricky double right of Moss Corner through turn 5. Now it's the Andretti straightaway. Certainly a great respecter of international motor racing legends here, the Mosport track naming, corner naming convention. Zingy's lead, 1.5 seconds only. That is very close, and means that there's still a lot of pressure on his shoulders. John is just less than a second, I think, ahead of Raccoon, and the battle in the midfield really starting to hot up as we reach fever pitch now on this lap 6, start of lap 7 here of the 11. They pass underneath the Michelin banner, which covers the start-finish line, and it's looking good at the moment for Zingy, but he's never been in a particularly comfortable lead position throughout the course of this race. So good to see. The Desert Rats Racing League lack of field spread as both Raccoon and Finesse run very, very wide. Raccoon now on the defensive as they approach Quebec turn 3. Get Me 240s is having to go the long way around the outside, and what an overtake. That was beautifully judged. Raccoon, of course, also not closing the door aggressively, recognizing that he had an issue. This is Raccoon's racing record as a really keen follower of the Mini Cooper, and that is 2 cars getting very close together. I've got a feeling that was both John and Finesse getting trading paint and swapping door handles for a moment, but at the moment there you've got Darius in 2nd, Captain Ahab in 3rd, and then this midfield battle, 4 cars separated by a single second. Here comes Get Me 240s for the move on Finesse as they run on the right-hander, the S's section. They'll head in towards turn 10 to finish the lap out. White's corner looks like Get Me 240s has a good run here. He's got to continually try and find a different racing line through the corners. At the moment, Finesse is holding him off, but it feels like it's only a matter of time, and it's now costing him exactly that as they stay both on the curb just about, but Finesse running very wide. I think the tyres really starting to give up now at this late stage, and we're almost bumper to bumper there through a very difficult turn 2 as the Mini Challenge Cup cars come on through. Now turn 3 of Quebec corner, it's lap 8 of the 11. Time running out to claim a place on the podium for this mid-pack grid at the moment. And then you've got, you can see Get Me 240's trying to make the move. It's costing him time. Raccoon possibly looking for an opportunity into Moss Corner, but he hasn't been strong there so far during the race. Get Me 240's hanging on. He's in a difficult position, having to play offense and defense at the same time. Here is Darius then. Unfortunately, for our battle for the lead seems to have faded as he's spending time now looking in his mirrors, heading into the S's. We go, having got out of the Mario Andretti straight away. Here comes the dive. Here comes the move potentially down into the right-hander from Get Me 240's Finesse, just leaving enough room at the apex. And there you can see Raccoon, characteristically, the back end sliding, a full-on four-wheel drift going on. And he is pushing incredibly hard. Every driver here wanting that shot at the podium and the glory and a taste of the champagne, unless it's Moosehead beer here in Canada. But you've got Captain Ahab gunning now for second position, looking for that chance into the next corner. At the moment, Darius holding firm in the middle of the track. We're into lap 9 of the 11 underneath the Chevrolet overpass as we head through turn 4, taking an absolute flat chat before then braking very heavily and trying to pitch the car into the double right-hander of the Moss complex. A little puff of smoke coming off the back of Darius's car, but at the moment you've got Ahab right knocking on the door of a potential second place. This allowing Zingy to get away, but he's not all the way in the clear. John in fourth position with Finesse. Get Me 240 still banging hard on the rear of Finesse and asking for that chance to get through. Raccoon has dropped behind Grisworth now, so obviously an off-track moment for Raccoon. Rat Viper still pushing hard at the tail of the grid. Little bit of a pace differentials. Problems with the car setup today here in Mosport. It's setup definitely not favouring Rat Viper. But he will try and pick up points if there is any further issues for his rivals up ahead. This is Captain Ahab versus Darius on the penultimate lap as they head into Clayton, and a good old switchback going. They almost touch. I couldn't quite tell from my angle whether they actually did touch, but Captain Ahab potentially with a good run in towards Quebec corner. At the moment, Darius, the season 0 runner-up, racing from home here. Loves driving his Mazda Speed 3 as well. His daily at home. That's a nice car to enjoy. As you've then got Captain Ahab still trying incredibly hard. Grisworth has recaught this battle. He's clearly been very persistent here, and it's paying off. At the moment though, Get Me 240's ahead of Finesse in 5th place. John kind of on his own in no man's land at the moment in 4th position. This back to Get Me 240's as the leader is going to be about to start his final lap of the race. Captain Ahab, but that looks like it's Darius. Loss of control from 2nd position. Was it a loss of control? Was he pushed or did he jump? Let's see as we go for the right-hander. That has all the hallmarks of a mechanical failure at the door of Darius. That's going to be really huge, and no damage, just cosmetic damage only, I think, for the fighter. But there, John taking 3rd place then as a result of Darius's off-track excursion. Look at the damage on his Mini Cooper. That's going to need a complete redesign when he gets back in. Zingy's debut, Desert Rats, leading every lap so far. Driver of the day is the question on your screen. Get your votes in now, but Zingy, 3.3 seconds. My personal opinion is I tend not to give the winner of the race driver of the day. I feel like they've probably got enough in the way of prizes on the from the day's racing, but you guys leave your comments and descriptions and suggestions for driver of the day performance. Captain Ahab leads this battle for 2nd place. John, as I said before, on his own, but Get Me 240 is still very much on the the threat here of losing his fourth place from Chrisworth. What a resurgence from Chrisworth. I think that would probably be my vote for driver of the day at the moment. Finesse in 6th, Darius in 7th, Raccoon in 8th, Rat Viper in 9th, and our leader comes towards the S's then for the final time of asking. I think it's going to be, he's just got 2 corners to navigate as we cut straight back to him. Here he comes then through White's corner, turn 10, gets on the power, looks up for his team who will be on the pit wall, and it's the win for Zingy. A tremendous win on debut here at Motorsport Canada, a day he will absolutely live in his memory. Captain Ahab 2nd, John in 3rd, Get Me 240s, Chris with Finesse, Raccoon, Darius, and Rat Viper rounding out our tremendous race. See you next time, folks.
And welcome back to the Desert Rats Racing League for Session 4, Race 2 at Montreal in the historic layout of 1988. Race 1 showed a lot from our new drivers, but will they be able to keep it up today? On pole position, we do in fact have Zingy still leading the pack. And right behind him is newcomer Chris, followed by John. And in 4th we have Shift Darius, former runner-up from Season 0. Captain Ahab in 5th, Raccoon in 6th. Shift Finesse in 7th, Shift Rat Viper in 8th, and Get Me 240s from the Shift group in 9th. Let's go ahead and hop into our race today, and we'll hand it off to the broadcaster's box.
Fantastic to be staying in Canada. Another fantastic circuit. Drop the clutch. Go, go, go at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Zinging away beautifully. But it is a super narrow lead ahead of Chrisworth, who's hoping for a cleaner run here on lap 1 than he had in Motorsport. That's contact already. Captain Ahab, that is a pinball effect. Captain Ahab making contact, I think, with several drivers. He's at the back of the grid. Let's go back and see exactly what went down as he goes towards the all-important left-right of turn 1. He brakes to the outside here of John, and then gets a tag from the back, and then, oh, it is an absolute melee. Raccoon picked up as the innocent party and all of that. The cars are still clanging and banging into one another through turn 2. They'll be hoping that a pace car shows up any moment. Let's have a look. It's a full retirement from Finesse, who goes, tries to do the smart thing here and stay out of the run, and then gets T-boned by, I think, the blue driver in the blue Mini momentarily there. Chrisworth, though, meanwhile, has got himself ahead of Poleman Zingy, unseen, but Chrisworth leading ahead, and Zingy demoted down into 2nd position as they head down Pont de la Concorde into turn 6 and 7. Zingy with a lot of catching up left to do. This track, of course, famously low grip. It's a fast point and squirt into some big stops as well. Lots of low speed cornering and high speed straights as they head down in towards turn 8 and 9. It's a difficult chicane. You can see it's a lot wider than the modern day version of the circuit, but it's heading down towards the hairpin, or so-called lip angle, for the first time into turn 10, and Zingy sweeping the car nicely into the hairpin. All drivers, of course, using every inch of the available asphalt on the exit, and then it's a long drag down this straightaway just outside the boating lake to the driver's left. They won't care about that right now, and we head through the chicane at a frightening pace before heading in towards the final chicane, and of course the Wall of Champions that they'll be hoping not to make contact with. There is the Wall of Champions, and oh, there goes. Was that Darius in the background hopping right up into the air? I think we're going to see that again. A wall collision warning, and there's the retired car parked up. Wall collision warning for Darius. That was a little bit over the edge of acceptable level of contact, but Chrisworth leads by just 44 thousandths of a second. Sorry, 44 hundredths of a second, but it's very short-lived as he gets over the curb slightly too much. We've seen this before with the Minis. You need to use but not abuse those tall curbs, because they will certainly cause these stiffly sprung little minis with the high center of gravity. They'll cause them to tip quite violently, and of course as the car slams back down, there's just not enough room on the bump stops of suspension to carry on with your normal racing line. Zingy then straight back into the lead, but Chris with his hot on his heels. So is John, and Darius chasing him down here despite making significant contact with the wall of champions. Maybe that's a good sign as Get Me 240s watches on and chases on. Raccoon not at the moment setting the world alight on his voyage out to Canada. He'll be hoping that this can be corrected very soon. Zingy just getting ahead on the way out of Lepingle as they run down the Boating Lake Straight and heading the Casino Straight technically as they head through the fast chicane. Plenty of opportunities still to get that slipstream, get the draft as they head down and in towards the final chicane facing that wall of champions once again. You've got to use those curbs, but there's no grip on the exit of the corner. Here is John then with a fantastic run out of the chicane. It's the start of lap 3 and John will have the inside line heading into turn 1. And he sweeps across the nose. That looked like possibly Darius getting into it a little bit there with Chrisworth, but Chrisworth certainly managing to stay ahead at this point, and they head in towards the chicane of turns 3 and 4. Deceptively slow chicane, that one, and then it's this low grip exit, fast and furious as they head back down then to the chicane at the left right of turn 6 and 7. It's John in that second position now, a whole second out to the leader of the race, Zingy, having a tremendous couple of sessions here with Desert Rats Racing League. But side by side go Chrisworth and John, and Darius loose once again, and another major contact with the Armco barrier. And a final warning then. I mean, I'm not sure that receiving a warning, it's that little bit of dirt he caught on the wheels underneath the bridge, and then obviously trying to right the car. And this front wheel drive, very difficult once the back end has slipped away from you to wrestle control back. But Darius fast but loose at the moment, and heading down into Lepingle hairpin corner. John right and hot on the heels of Chris with Get Me 240s is in 4th place. Raccoon up to 5th. Darius down to 6th, staying ahead surprisingly at this stage of Captain Ahab, who is not enjoying life at the moment in P7. Rat Viper in 8th, and of course our retiree Finesse showing on the tower in P9 at the moment, but obviously was not able to continue. How about that from Raccoon? Still hopping the car along on the way through the fast chicane on the back straight, the Casino Straight, and it's the start of lap 4. Darius into the wall. Now, will that trigger the stewards once again? He did make contact. That was after his final warning, but I think he got away with it. Look at the pitch of the car as he slams on the brakes, and the center of gravity shifts towards the front axle, scrapes the splitter, heads out onto the grass. Darius looking a little bit desperate out there on this particular day. Car number 60, Chrisworth, just opening a little bit of daylight between himself and John. Zingy hanging on to the lead at the moment, and still the fastest driver on the track, a 1:47.2. His lead now 1.4 seconds as they head towards the halfway point of our race. And then you've got just in the background here for P4, Get Me 240s, Raccoon has the sort of dramatic driver Darius hard on and hot on his heels, and once again you see Raccoon just getting the stiffly sprung Mini airborne. Darius slips on through, and he's straight on focus to the British Racing Green, British flag roofed Get Me 240s, who's running a high of 4th at this stage. Chrisworth in 2nd. Good gap now to John, and his focus very much forwards on the potential win. Here is Get Me 240s with Darius chasing him down. Darius with a very bent and battered Mini Cooper in the blue, and we almost get run over by the camera there and smashing into the wall again from Darius. And what is happening now? We've got a grid penalty, loss of control, back into the wall again for Darius. That is now a confirmed grid penalty. He was certainly riding his luck there, the 000 car with the Huiskenveld sponsorship on the roof, but unfortunately he's not quite able to get the braking performance out of his pedals that he was hoping for. But yeah, certainly getting the car pitched very well in towards turn 2. But yeah, it's now going to suffer a grid penalty. Captain Ahab chasing down Raccoon there in the background of this battle. They are side by side, great rivals, these two. And it looks like Captain Ahab will have the slight advantage, having the right hand of the circuit on a clockwise circuit. That's going to help him. Here are the current standings. Raccoon ahead of Finesse, and Darius and John tied on points at the moment. John, though, is going to take a step forward there and an advantage into the next race over Darius for 3rd place. So probably consolidating that 3rd place. Looks like ME240's braking very hard on the inside, might suffer on the way out. And Raccoon, season 0 champion, and he does drive a 2014 Mini Cooper S, so he should be good in these cars, quite frankly, although I'm sure the road going version is somewhat more forgiving in its setup for Raccoon, and he's not driving it at anything like these speeds, or not at least on speed limited roads. We've got Get Me 240s in P4 heading through the Casino straight and chicane now. There is Darius. It's lap 6. Something flying up off the road surface. It's a part. It's the hood. It's the hood of Darius back against the wall once again. A second final warning. So the final warning for Darius. This is going to be another penalty, but he doesn't know that in the moment, of course. Very late on the brakes, losing a little bit of aero performance. I would have thought he'd be having a great deal more drag with the engine head fully exposed at this stage. Side by side, gives a little kiss to Get Me 240s in so doing, but clearly very much in a hurry at the moment. Here is on board with Get Me 240s as he looks down in towards the tricky turn 6 and 7, slowest chicane on the circuit anyway. And trying to get that power down once again. We've seen Darius go wrong through the Wall of Champions at least twice. We've seen him go wrong on the approach to the next corner. He's certainly pushing as hard as anyone on the circuit at the moment. The number 20, and there goes Captain Ahab, very late on the brakes and running out of room, and Raccoon doing exactly the same thing directly behind him, but to a greater extent. What's happening here? As all 4 drivers apparently going long. What's happening? Well, we've got the replay with Darius. He avoids the wall this time. Raccoon went wide, but yeah, just to show all 4 cars running very deep onto the brakes. It's lap 6 of the 9. They head into Le Bingo. Will we get some contact? Not quite. Get Me 240s will say that's exactly what he played for, but there was a little bit too tight for comfort, and then he hits the wall on the way out of Le Pingle and onto the Casino straight. This is the Wall of Champions. Your battle at the lead of the race is 1.2 seconds between Zingy and Chris Worthers. Darius in that 4th place holds on for now, but this is the danger zone for Darius. Can he make it through? He just about holds on and stays on the asphalt this time. Of course, as soon as you get 1 inch of grass, you've lost ideal traction, and you're heading towards that wall. His fender is hanging. It's dragging on the track, but Darius is determined to finish this race, come what may, whatever condition his Mini is in, and if it's just good for scrap value by the end of the race. Through we go, turns 3 and 4. This is Get Me 240s, certainly suffering a little bit in terms of outright speed, but has a lot more consistency so far in the race. Surely Darius's tyres will fade before the end of this race around the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, Canada. Missing quite a bit of the modern day scenery and expo backdrop. I wonder if that's an easy cop-out for AMS to reduce the frame rate droppage if they're doing it that way. But all the same, the circuit remains the same, and the drivers don't care about the scenery. Here comes Chrisworth. He's got that gap to under a second. He's biding his time, and it's 2 hot laps at the end of the race is the plan, I think, here, to really put the pressure on Zingy that he didn't suffer in motorsport. So Chrisworth now, who hasn't had the same setbacks he suffered in the previous Canadian round. Well, that was about ideal. I thought it was on the edge, but it was about an ideal run through the Wall of Champions. Here is John doing the same thing. Just lift the wheels slightly as they start the penultimate lap. You can see the detritus and dust and dirt down there. Zingy, debut in Desert Rats, has led every lap so far. Does that make him your driver of the day? We'll see if he can finish it off in the style in which he has begun. But now the front fender completely missing. The front radiator, well, the only radiator fully exposed on Darius's car. But these guys are 16 plus seconds away from the lead of the race, which is now down to 0.8 of a second. Only John on his own, 9 seconds away. Pretty certain of being third place position today. Captain Ahab is now catching Darius and Get Me 240s for that 4th position. Raccoon not far away, and Rat Viper still working the wheel and doing his absolute best here down in P8. Remember that we lost Finesse, sadly, earlier on. Well, it is Zingy leading by 0.7 of a second. Get Me 240s is even closer, just 0.3 of a second, and going long and deep on the brakes. It's the old Verstappen braking trick. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on, and now he hits the wall after contact with Darius, running a driver off track. A 2nd grid penalty given to Darius post-race as Captain Ahab tries to stake a claim here for P4. Darius, wow, that is a huge drift. He'll be so grateful there's a big runoff on the exit of Le Bingle, and running through then, careful of that barrier on the inside, is Captain Ahab, and starting the final lap of the race, Zingy leading by nearly 0.9 of a second. Now that was a hot lap for him. Retired driver Darius, he's now got 2 total grid penalties applied after the race. So a day to forget for him, but one to remember for the lessons learned, perhaps. Captain Ahab, P5, P4 now, in fact, as Get Me 240s is in that 5th place. Darius slipping down after getting the car into the garage, and it's not particularly straight in the garage either. This is Darius and his retirement, just showing sort of the lowlights of Darius's race for a moment. But now Chrisworth dials up the pressure. They run through turns 3 and 4, sorry, turns 6 and 7 now, and this final lap is really hotting up. Just half a second separating these two. Zingy really feeling the pressure here. What can Chrisworth do? What kind of a window can he find? Is there a chink in the armor of Zingy as they go down towards Le Bingle? A really good opportunity here to make the overtake or to get a slipstream coming out of the corner. He goes slightly wider. That gives him the impetus, the ability to put the power down slightly earlier for Chrisworth than normal. And 0.4 of a second, it's dropping, but is it dropping by enough? Heading down towards the casino chicane they go. High speed section of track. It looks like Chrisworth is too far away. It looks like Zingy might be able to make it a double victory. Since he started here with us at Desert Rats Racing League through the Wall of Champions. That was the only drama left to go, and Zingy crosses the line to win in Montreal. What a great performance, and this time he was pushed much further by Chrisworth in 2nd place. John crosses the line and claims 3rd with Captain Ahab out there. And here, back to the studio.
And that brings us with 40s in 5th place, followed by Raccoon, Rat Viper, and Darius and Finesse did not finish the race. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in the next one. Thank you for joining us in the Desert Rats Racing League. Hello, and welcome back to Raccoon Racing Productions with the open broadcast sessions in Automobilista 2. Today we are at Watkins Glen in the Super V8 cars, with Randy Savage leading the pack with an outstanding lap. The Goose is loose in 2nd, Marias in third, Johnny in fourth, 1970 in fifth, Sebitron sixth, Nobia seventh, Chai Guy 8th, Skittles 9th, Ruber 10th, followed by Guzzler, Sigil 6th, Maddie, Appaloosa, Serial Chilla, Sarah, Microtron, Steam Dwar, Jose, Enzo, Noi, Lavara, Persona, and Nike, Dongo, Jukas, Technology, and Brun in the back of the pack. Hopefully our drivers go ahead and hit that ready button, otherwise they will be disqualified from the race. Jukas needing to ready up soon. And we're going to be going ahead and getting into the race now. As we get started on the monitor view, let's go ahead and quickly get to the front of the pack. As we get our map and speedometer on track, let's go ahead and get into this race. The lights will be turning green any moment now. Looks like we're currently waiting for the game to sync. Here we go. And it's lights out as our drivers... Oh no, not the camera. That's going to be the chaos of these open races, but Randy getting a wonderful jump at the start. The Goose is loose, being chased down by Passos and Marias as we enter into turn 1. If the drivers are knowing about this track well, they'll know that that runoff area is fair game up until the red barrier on the left side of the track. We have some drivers going off the back as we expect from our open lobbies in turn 1. What is it if it's not sim racing with a turn 1 incident? I apologize again for the game freaking out. I'm not too sure why we're having that happen. As we get on board, Randy leading the pack into the bus stop chicane. Passos behind with Goose is loose chasing on the rear end. Marias not too far behind, but Ruber being the one broken off from the rest of the pack, creating a pack of his own with 70 behind him, Chai Guy and Serial Chilla. Randy Savage putting it down into the boot of the track. Here he comes down to the bottom of it. Passos not far behind, but Marias really attacking. The Goose is loose down there in the 3rd and 4th positions. As we make our way back up the hill now, they're still holding strong where they're at. And behind, we still see that Chai Guy is leading the second pack with Ruber in 1970 right behind him and Serial Chiller chasing the rear end. And that's going to be Marias going off. No, I'm sorry, the Goose is loose, is off, going into the 4th position. It's okay though, we still have the start of this race. It's only lap 1. Oh no, he's spun out. That's going to be damage to his rear end possibly. As other cars come around, he's going to have trouble getting back onto the track as we see him drop down all the way to 8th position at the moment. 9th, 10th. That's going to be unfortunate for the Goose is loose after winning the previous session. I'm sure he was running on a high. Randy leading lap 1 into lap 2 though, not holding back with Passos on his tail and Marias being the one to lead out the front runners. And that's going to be a spin on the curb from Randy, nearly hitting the other cars, and that's going to be contact as well. That's going to be damage to Marias and Randy. We see that bumper starting to hang off as Chai Guy is coming in from the behind. Looks like he is going to retire possibly from this race. That's a lot of damage for him. And that is going to be a retirement from Randy. Let me go ahead and give our drivers a reminder. Let's not do that. Broadcasting on Twitch. And as we get back into it, we see that Passos now is going to be leading the pack with Marias chasing him from behind. Chai Guy needing to build up some pace to get up to them with 1970 behind him. And then we have the rest of the pack chasing with Guzzler being chased down by Sigil 6. And it looks like he's not too far from Bonovius as well, leading the middle of our pack as they go over the bus stop chicane. Our drivers in the front are going down into the boot of the track. Not too close to each other yet, as this seems to be the closest gap we're seeing on the track so far. Nobius attempting to chase down Sigil 6, and the Sigil 6 doing the same with Guzzler. And that's going to be a spin from Nobius into the wall, breaking his rear end. And it looks like there is some tire damage on that rear end as well. I don't think he's going to be able to drive that car very easily. It's going to be unfortunate. These cars are not easy. You have to maintain that throttle. And it looks like Microtron unfortunately got disconnected before the start of the race. He's going to take a lunch break. It's understandable. I'm starting to get a little hungry myself. As we go into these last sessions of tonight, we will have this race and one more to finalize the night. Passos leading strong now with a 5-second gap. Has to make sure he doesn't spin out, though, as they enter that steep turn 1 entry. These cars can definitely break. Ooh, and it sounds like the Goose is Loose had some serious damage to where he has 100 seconds in the pit, as well as it looks like Vara there right in front of him. And we do see one of our retired cars there. That is going to be the car of me, the commentator, Raccoon Racing, bringing you this live on twitch.tv, featuring Automobilista 2 open lobbies. Anybody can join, anybody can race, anything can happen. All support that happens in the live stream on Twitch goes directly back into Raccoon Racing Productions leagues, such as the Desert Rats Racing League and Twin Snakes Racing League events. This allows our wonderful, talented drivers to have the opportunity to win prizes while having a free entry to the race. We do appreciate any of the support, whether it's a follow, a Prime subscription, or even a proper subscription. All are welcome. We do appreciate the support for our drivers and our leagues. And coming down now, Passos leading with an 8-second gap now. Insane. It's going to be a challenge to see what happens in the next part of these races. But it looks like Chai Guy might have some issues coming from behind, with 1970 only being about 3 seconds off of him. We've seen in these cars that it's very easy to lose that pace. We're already down from 30 drivers to 13 in the first 3 laps. That is going to be a sign of how strong these cars can be with the power in that rear end. It's hard to keep it straight on the track, especially when you're trying to go fast and race at the same time. And it looks like Passos actually had an incident that allowed Marias to pass him. It's going to give us an opportunity to watch a race at the start, although it looks like Passos is going to be taking a pit entry. It looks like he has damage to the right end of his car. I see it leaning and wobbling. But that's going to give Marias the chance to take the pole position at the moment, as we're only 4 laps into our race with 19 minutes to go. Chai Guy chasing down behind with 4 seconds, and 1970 only 3 seconds behind him. It is intense today. But the day ends as the night comes. The drivers with headlights should be turning them on here soon, but some of them might have damage on them as we look at the front of Marias' car. It's not the most clean looking. But they're coming down the back stretch towards the bus chicane. Chai Guy flying in with 1970 not too far behind him. That's a great place to be able to make time or lose time. Looks like technology getting a little mouthy in the chat. But from what I've seen, it seems like he's just being a little bit sarcastic, so we're not going to put any mind to it. But at least the Goose is Loose is still on the track, making his way back up. When this safety car comes out, he is going to be able to make an attempt towards the front. At this point, he has nothing to lose. He's already gained enough paces from the start of the race with all those drivers disconnecting. There's no shame in finishing the back when everybody else has retired. As we take a look at the timings, the board is pretty spread out at the moment, but not enough that things aren't uninteresting yet. Marias being chased down by Chai Guy. He could make up this time, but 1970 is not too far behind as they make their way past a back marker. I'm not too sure who that was, as their number gets overshadowed on the track map. It looks like they're flying down in 3rd position to pass the back marker. It's going to be the back marker of number 9's position, Brunna. Number 10 as well. But as our front runners keep going, the pace is there for Chai Guy and Marias, it looks like, as they make their way up the uphill to the top of the boot. They come down towards the bus stop chicane in that long straight section. Sebitron has retired from the race now. Noi being gone as well. We're down to 11 drivers, almost down to the single digits. Brun having a difficult time with the car as well. These are not easy cars. They are fun, but they are a challenge. But Marias and Chai Guy putting the challenge to the test as they make their way down to the bottom of the boot here at Watkins Glen in Automobilista 2. As we enter into lap 5 coming to an end, we have 15 minutes left on the clock, so we should be seeing that safety car coming out soon. 1970 needs to make a little bit of pace, but Shy Guy has been putting down the pedal to the metal of his car. As he makes his way down the straight, chasing after Shy Guy, we see the time slowly dwindling away in that gap. Passup's also about to have a challenge from Guzzler there in positions 4 and 5. Here they come into the uphill as they make their way towards the back straight, towards the bus stop chicane. Might have an opportunity to pass with the draft. The Goose Sleuth seems to be retiring. He says he needs to sleep, which is understandable. It is late here in Arizona. We are at 8:45 o'clock at night, which means for those East Coasters, it is going to be closer to 11:45 p.m. We appreciate him coming out tonight, putting his best to the races, taking a victory even in the public open races. That's never the easiest thing to do with all the chaos that ensues. We also appreciate the Twitch Prime subscription that he gave us today, being essentially a sponsor of these races. We give him a shout out. If you ever want to see what he's doing, go ahead and check out the Ope Racing League sometime in Automobilista 2. They host plenty of open practice sessions throughout the week for their leagues. And then, oh, that's going to be a spin out from Shy Guy. That's unfortunate after making the pass earlier against Marias. That's going to give him an opportunity to get into first place for Marias, but he is being chased down by 1970, who will have that draft. If he can keep it clean through these turns, he definitely has a chance at the first place restart. As they make their way towards the last 2 turns of Watkins Glen, they will be approaching some back markers, which could provide some issues as they make their way back towards the turn 1. And it doesn't seem like he kept enough pace to be in the draft. He's not really gaining much more than a 10th, if not even half a 10th here. In the draft now, coming down towards Marias. 1970 could make an attempt on the bus stop chicane, but it looks like he may have turned a little too early, not quite keeping his speed through there. But as they enter in towards the bottom of the boot with the knee, he might have a chance to get more speed into this exit. Looks like he's able to get another 10th off of Marias in the front. They'll need to go right nice and tight onto this entry and then work their way up to the exit of the straight. He needs to be in that draft to make the most of it. It looks like he did. The 10ths are going back down again. He needs to get it down to 6 tenths. And he has. He's getting it down closer to 5 tenths with every single turn. Looks like he may be braking a little too early as he's losing pace at the entry of the turns. He has a chance. The safety car should be coming out here soon, and it looks like that is going to be the marker for the safety car. We will be right back with the commentary. that should be our safety car possibly coming in now, as 1970 is going to lead our pack on the restart. There it is. The safety car is coming in. The lights will be coming out here shortly. And there we go. 1970 leading the pack in the charge with Chai Guy right behind him. Marias leading in third for those podium positions. But it looks like Passos has passed him. As we enter into turn one, these cars are going to be going wild here at Watkins Glen on the restart. We see them using that width of the track that is within track limits here in Automobilistic 2, as long as you return to the track before the red barrier on the left-hand side of the track. .1970 flying down into the back straight towards the bus stop chicane. Shy Guy flying behind with only a half-second gap between them, and Passos doing the same behind. Marias needs to pick up a little bit of pace with Serial, Chiller, and Guzzler racing. Oh no, and that looks like Shy Guy went off into the track, and no Passos. That's going to be tragic for Passos tonight here at Watkins Glen, as 1970 leads the pack with Shy Guy still chasing him right behind. Marias not too far either, with that 3-second gap to be made towards the front of the race. They make their way towards the bottom of the boot as they'll begin making their way back up the hill of Watkins Glen. .1970 still having a beautiful lead here with a second gap, but the draft will kick in for Chai Guy, as you can see that slowly dwindling away towards less than a second. But the entry from 1970 allows him to stay ahead in that gap, building up another almost a quarter of a second. If he can keep up this pace, he definitely can win this race tonight. The pack stays close together. Only 3 seconds at the most, breaking up the top 3 positions as we see Marias go wide into the last 2 turns of Watkins Glen. They enter into the straight towards the checker line. Into turn 1, let's see who decides to use the width of that track as we go follow Chai Guy now. Everybody staying conservative on the curb as we go into the uphill. Hopefully we see that beautiful camera shot. Here it is as they come roaring down into the back straight. Looks like Chai Guy might get overtaken here by Marias. He does have the inside of the boot. That's going to be sketchy, but we'll see how they make it through. They play it safe. Chai Guy. Oh, that is not Marias. Who is that? Is that a back marker? I've been mislabeling. What is that mystery car? No, Marias did make the pass. Okay, our timer was just being a little bit slow. That is going to be a pass for Marias now. Chai Guy is going to have to make the attack next to get back that second position on the podium. They do have a back marker driving with it. I think that is Nobius, yes. Nobius in the valve car. I now understand the confusion with Marias and Nobius having those similar looking green liveries. Chai Guy chasing down from the back. He should have that draft. It's all about the braking and throttle control, though, in these cars. You need to make the most of those corners because you'll always have power in the straights, but you need to maintain speed through the corners. Only 8 drivers remain from the 30 that began this race, with 5 minutes left on the clock here at Watkins Glen. The daytime has arisen. Racing into the sunrise, our drivers are fighting for podium positions here in the last 4.5 minutes. They make their way back down towards turn 1. Will any of them make use of the wide road? It looks like all are still deciding to remain with a conservative line, not wanting to lose control of the car at this stage of the race. Enter the bus stop chicane. Marias seems to be gaining pace as he slides out. 1970 there, not making a good exit. They are coming up on another car here as Shy Guy is making an attempt to catch up to Marias. They are still dealing with Nobius in between the two, breaking up the first place and second place positions. As they make their way back up the hill now from the bottom of the boot. The draft may be able to help Marias catch up behind Nobius, but Nobius is also putting the pressure on 1970, but it only seems to be making him drive faster. Shy Guy needs to make up some pace for that third position if he wants to get second and be one step closer to the top of that podium. As they dive into the last two turns here at Watkins Glen, let's see how they'll be able to manage the draft. Beautiful entry from Marias there. He's going to be able to chase down 1970 now, as Nobius attempts to unlap himself. 1970 going for the defensive move as Marias moves back to the outside. 1970 returning to the racing line as he was clear to do so with the speed they were maintaining. They make their way up the hill towards the back straight. Marias is going to have the advantage here with, the front runner being the back marker hitting the wall. Marias does have advantage with the draft though. Let's see what happens. Nobius really causing trouble for the two front runners today. But he is keeping great pace, so it's hard to argue that he can't unlap himself. As they make their way towards the bottom of the boot, will he be able to get the speed to make an attack? Nobius going all over the track, which can cause some chaos. Yep, there's a tap on the rear end. I can't say that that wasn't deserved. Nobius is a back marker. He needs to let them through so they can race. One minute and a half left on the clock. That means we are going to be arriving at our last laps. Let's take a look at the timings real quick. We see Sector 1, 1970 is just a little bit faster. Sector 2 being nearly identical. It's going to come down to that Sector 3 for sure, but the best lap being from Marias so far in this race indicates he does have a chance to win this if he plays his cards right. And we'll go ahead and join him on the onboard for the chase, as we aren't seeing Shy Guy anywhere in the rearview mirror anymore. This is going to be how the race ends in this last lap. Here we go towards the turn 1 entry with Marias' onboard camera. Looks like 1970 is going to make use of the wide line, and as you can see, there's going to be a red barrier there on the left. As long as he returns to the track, he may not be penalized, but I think he may have been too late. That could have been a track limits warning, which could be fatal. We have to take a look at the timings to make sure a penalty wasn't awarded yet, so he's still within his track limits warnings. But that definitely could have been the end of not only his first place, but possibly going down to third place and losing out on second if Marias was able to make the moves here at Watkins Glen in our final lap. You see that timer ticking down now with 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's going to be the white flag coming out now for our drivers. 1970 leading the pack ahead of Marias. Shy Guy not too far behind, but not close enough to make an attack and win a second place victory today. Comes down to these last few turns in Sector 3 as they enter the uphill. Marias really needs to be able to master those braking points in these last two turns if he wants a chance at the top of the podium. Going for the late braking. Can he get a good exit as well? If he uses that throttle, he can. A little late on the exit, but it wasn't as bad as 1970. He could get it here. He just needs, yes, yes. Let's see them coming down into the last two turns here at Watkins Glen in our open broadcast session of Automobilista 2 with Raccoon Racing Productions. 1970 seems to be leading the pack. Will Marias have the draft to be able to overtake him before the finish line? The exit is there. He's going to go ahead and get along side by side. Does he have the speed to take him before the finish line? That was a close finish from our drivers today at Watkins Glen. What an insane race from these two. I can't believe they were able to put on such an amazing show here at Watkins Glen in the finale. I haven't seen the race timer come out yet. We do need to make sure that was the end of race. I believe it was. I think the race is still going on. I can't tell from my angle. The drivers would have a different perspective. But based on their speed, I have to assume we should be done with this session. So I do think that is going to wrap it up today. As we saw, 1970 was the victor. I don't know why it's showing this. Mariah's falling behind with Chaga in third. I think they're realizing the race is still on as Chaga is now zooming forward. It is. I think the race is still going. And Chaga has realized this. He's going to go ahead and take the win if he keeps pushing. What is happening today here at Watkins Glen? What a mystery. 1970 has left the session, so I don't think this applies. The race should be over. And I think that means Chaga, by accident, takes the win. Unless Mariah decides he's going to do something in the last turn. That's it. That will do it. I'm going to go ahead and base it off of the original expected finish from both our drivers and from ourselves. 1970 definitely was the victor of that race. What a weird way to end. Well, congratulations to our drivers who made it to the end. Here comes Sigil, followed by Guzzler. And Ruby is somewhere on the track. Oh my gosh. We have entered the stage of the night where I am a sleepy commentator. I think with that will be the end of the Open Broadcast Session League sessions. I don't know if it's a league. I don't know why I'm calling it that, but the Open Broadcast Sessions produced by Raccoon Racing Productions here on twitch.tv and uploaded to youtube.com under Rack Racing. Thank you for joining us, and you all have a wonderful day, night, time, whatever it is. Like, follow, comment, subscribe, do whatever the social media things are. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to our final race of Session 4 for the Desert Rats Racing League. Our final race today is going to be taking place at Red Bull Ring in its short format. Leading the pack today is Chris. He's been doing an amazing job on his debut in the Desert Rats Racing League. And also making their debut today on the second position is going to be Zenpi, followed by Carlos, a favorite of the series from Season 0. Raccoon following up fourth position. Fifth place being occupied by Captain himself. And then in the back we have John and Finesse to finish off the rest of our group. Let's go ahead and get into these races as we hand it off to Webbo over in the commentary box.
Thank you so much from the studio. We're ready to go racing then around the Red Bull Ring. Short configuration, 17 laps, and it's dropped the clutch and go, go, go. That looks like it's possibly Carlos Quintal, who is storming into a fantastic lead as they head uphill into the tricky braking of turn 1. Look for drivers running wide on the outside. A short run then down towards turn 2, looping round in front of the cones on the inside, and then it's John and it's Captain Ahab getting all a little bit rough and ready as they go in towards Verth corner, then turn 3, and then it's a nice smooth one through turn 7 and 8 of the full configuration, but it's turn 4 heading downhill then back into the double right-hander to finish the race out. It's Rint corner onto the right hand, and it's Carlos Quintal ahead of Chris, ahead of Zingy. Raccoon then up to 4th position, much happier back in Europe then as we run then into the Red Bull Mobile corner, the final corner of the race, and it's Carlos Quintal ahead of Chris with Zingy, Raccoon, Captain Ahab and Finesse. John Alsona then with the problem at the start of the race, deposed down to 7th place with a big gap behind, but Quintal ahead of Chris with Zingy has already won 2 races on the bounce since his debut. Chrisworth is right there with him though this time, and now the roles are reversed. He's in front, but with Carlos Quintal back in town, it's certainly going to be a very, very different prospect for the newcomers here, Chrisworth and for Zingy. Raccoon though, definitely keen to get back into winning or podiuming ways at least. Captain Ahab right behind Raccoon. Finesse is behind him and by a very small margin, but currently the front 2 separated by less than 7/10 of a second. Firing out of the final corner they go to finish out lap 2, and Quintal leads by half a second only from Chrisworth. Late on the brakes, uphill, you can really lean on the track here, and running out over that exit curb but just about staying legal is Chrisworth. Now the gap down to 2/10 of a second, but when are the opportunities going to rise in these little nimble mini challenges? Low top speed overall, but great maneuverability and most importantly massive amounts of fun. That was different lines by all 3 in the podium positions as Raccoon with his typically stiff setup, and we go empty race suit, headless right on board with Chrisworth. I love this view, it's so entertaining. Here we are back onto the hood and picking up the curb through the final corner, and Carlos Quintal is just 5/10, half a second only ahead as they go through to start that lap for Chrisworth. Just keeping the tyres in a good place at the moment, trying to stay within track limits, but not a single driver managing to stay 4 wheels on the asphalt as they run wide onto the runoff here at the Red Bull Ring in the Spielberg region of Austria, surrounded by the mountains and usually the ubiquitous orange flare smoke, but there's no sign of that from a fairly poorly attended race today so far on board with Raccoon. Briefly, as we go for the back-to-back winner, Zingy, and we keep a very close eye on what's happening in front. Zingy in no rush to get to the front of the race at the moment, it seems. Happy to play 3rd fiddle, as it were, in the race so far, as Chrisworth is far from satisfied with 2nd best right now, finishing out lap 4, starting lap 5. There's Chrisworth, more aggressive on the brakes, I think. It looks like Quintal with a gentler braking action, or at least a more softly sprung car as they head into that turn 2. They'll go almost identical left-hander then after turn 2 into Verth corner, which is typically turn 7 of the main circuit here, and continuing to run then down towards Rint corner. Now the first sign of a little bit of daylight separating Quintal and Chrisworth. Looks like Quintal settling into a good rhythm. Zingy in 3rd, Raccoon in 4th with Captain Ahab in 5th. We haven't seen Finesse since lap 1, and John also 6 seconds back with a long race to run all the way back there. It's 29 degrees centigrade here. That's a balmy warm day for Austrian standards. 39 degrees centigrade track temperature. This is how the pre-session total points, you can see Darius and John there, I think that is, tied for 3rd place despite Darius's grid penalty and activities in session 2 of Montreal. I see he's not been able to show today, so I'm assuming his grid penalty will be delayed for his next planned qualifying session. Number 97, Zingy, the back-to-back wheeler. Then you see Raccoon getting all that Austrian red and white paint all over his tyres out there. And Raccoon obviously keen to get into this mix for the podium, currently held by Quintal, Crisworth and Zingy, and in exactly that order. The laps are flying by at this incredibly short circuit racetrack setup we have at the Red Bull Ring. Just glimpse the Sound of Music style mountains in the background, but number 28 leads. This is Captain Ahab chasing down Raccoon. No sign of any mountainous change of weather conditions at this stage of our proceedings, but it looks to be dry with a gentle wind. An absolute perfect day's racing for the drivers here at the visit to Austria in this Desert Rats Racing League Season 1. Running through Rindt corner in towards the final corner of the lap, and everything just needs to be pinpoint perfect as they run through these corners to try and do anything about Carlos Quintao, your race leader, as they start lap 8 of the 17, nearing this halfway distance now. Crisworth is very, very close. We're under 0.3 of a second. It's 1/4 of a second now. It's as close as he's been. And unfortunately, Finesse retires on this lap 8. Very, very unfortunate for him, having made the trip over from Canada to only be able to run 8 laps before the end of today's running. This is Zingy on board with the pink and purple Trax Wi-Fi car on board then, almost in race suit of Crisworth, as we look for any vulnerabilities on the British Racing Green car of Carlos Quintao. A very good mini colour for the British designed but German built BMW Mini Clubman here as we continue. This is of course round 3 of the session. Running on out of turn 1. Crisworth still very, very close, just waiting for the move to come. Crisworth wide as he runs through. That's a beautiful switchback, but a mistimed switchback. He makes full contact then with the Mini, tries to help correct it. Through goes Zingy around the inside, completely innocent from any of that because he can claim that position. It looked like Crisworth trying to do the sporting thing by allowing Quintao to stay ahead. But of course, that has cost both drivers a huge amount of time. That is avoidable contact. Excuse me, as Quintao did a massively impressive job of holding on to the car and not going into a full spin. But Zingy goes through, and now Quintao has to get that first place back from second, as of course it was taken from him, unfortunately, as they run through then. Zingy ahead of Carlos Quintao, Crisworth, but that's helped Raccoon as well to get into the mix. Zingy getting excited out front, and his first opportunity to get into the final 2 corners, and he's very, very wide. Looks like he's got away with it though. Stewart's not issuing any warnings through the exit of Rindt at that final corner here. 2 very tricky right-handers. Of course, most corners are right-handers on this very short circuit. Heading down towards turn 2 now. Quintao just 1/3 of a second away from the lead, and very close behind, just 4/10 further back, is Crisworth, the dented and battered Mini Clubman of Carlos Quintao. Has a lot of work to do now. He's got to play offense and defense at this stage, with Raccoon in 4th place, now some distance away as the top 3 start to lift each other's pace higher and higher as they run and rush to try and make the best out of this possible round 3 here. Lap 11 starts, and we're getting into the business end of our Red Bull Ring short circuit round of the Desert Rats Racing League first season here on Automobilista So it is Zingy leading by 1/4 of a second only. Looks like Quintal with a much better apex through turn 2. Can he claim the run? But surely no. He closes the door to his rival on the run through Verth corner, picks up a collision warning. So very much closes off. I think that was just a misjudgment from Quintal. I wonder if he'll give the place back or just maintain his advantage here. He may be feeling a little bit aggrieved, a little bit cheated out of his P1, and like he's owed it. Of course, Zingy did nothing to precipitate the contact earlier on. He's the innocent party in all of this. Unfortunately, though, he's running wide now. I wonder if he's picked up a little bit of dirt on the tyres as he runs out wide, got pushed out wide and onto the grass momentarily. Now he's on the defence because here comes Chrisworth to get right into the mix. 5 to go then for our fantastic mini races. And running through turn 1 as Chrisworth tries to steal every inch of the curbing on the apex and the exit through turn 1. Nicky Lauda curve and heading down to turn 2 as we try and get that advantage back once again. But both drivers now being distanced very slightly by Quintal. Of course, the drivers all in identical machinery with fixed setup, so it's all about how the driver themselves can handle the car and the track combination on any given opportunity. Into Rindt corner then, so named after Jochen Rindt, the great Formula 1 world champion of Austria. Running through, that's a great run from Chrisworth. He definitely deserves the extra speed boost that gives him, slingshotting out of the final corner and starting lap 13. Chrisworth with just the nose ahead heading into turn 1. Hopefully he'll be able to hold on to this and go off in search of that win once again. So as they were at the start of the race, they are once again 1, 2, 3. It's Quintal, Chrisworth and Zingy. Raccoon in 4th position, Captain Ahab in 5th, John in 6th place with Finesse, our retiree from the race so far. So 6 runners remain in what is a frantically and fraught battle around the Styrian Mountains here in the Spielberg region of the great nation of Austria. Quintal ahead by now a whole second plus from Chrisworth. Quintal will... Wow, the 3 cars running nose to tail past our static camera there. That was tremendous speed as tucked right up. Couldn't be closer between Zingy and Chrisworth, piling on the pressure, but making sure not to use Chrisworth as a 5th brake on the car there, and just backing off enough into the braking zone, making Chris wonder whether the move is coming. Chris might be looking in the mirrors. I wonder if Zingy is going to start moving around left and right now from the racing line. Just try and keep him guessing and take the opportunity wherever possible. Quintal leading by nearly a second as Chrisworth goes off in pursuit of the W today. Zingy right there to take advantage if anything befalls the front 2. It is ebb and flow, the gaps between P1 and P2, and then P2 and P3. It is yo-yoing back and forth. As the drivers with no worries about weather today. Lap 15 begins. Who's your money on? With 3 to go then, as Quintal is certainly hanging on nicely, seemingly with a good balance despite the dent in the rear fender. Chrisworth there just under 1 second, but of course there's no DRS assistance for our drivers here in the minis. That would be quite a sight, wouldn't it, if those rear wings started flapping around? But it's such a short circuit. You've got to nail every corner, every apex just perfectly to try and make the momentum count, gain an advantage on your great rivals here. It is Quintal ahead of Chrisworth. Both drivers a little bit wide, but certainly within the realm of reasonable driving behaviour. There's Raccoon just in the background. He'll be dismayed to see how fast these newcomers and returnees are at the front of the grid. Raccoon much more used to fighting for top honours. He's certainly going to have to lift his game if Quintal's in town and Chrisworth and Zingy continue with the pace that they currently have. It's great to see the competitiveness raised, everyone raising their game here for for Season 1. And you've got Zingy there just using the curve as much as possible. The gap's opening now. It's Quintal, Crisworth and Zingy. Looks like Crisworth more vulnerable to an attack from Zingy than Quintal is from Crisworth. In second position, Raccoon in fourth. Captain Ahab 12 seconds off the lead at the moment. John has made absolutely no headway at the back of the grid. Unfortunately for him, he is a further 12, a full 25 seconds off the lead. The final lap begins, and my, how that has shot by. And Quintal leading with a good gap at the moment. Here is Captain Ahab on his last run down the full length of the main straightaway. Quintal possibly tyres not quite there, but he hooks up a late apex through turn 2 into Verth corner. Everything looking very straightforward, just staying legal as they run through turn 5, and then long run down towards Rin, comparatively long anyway, down towards Rin corner, crossed fully over the pit lane entry, trying to stay within track limits. We don't want any post-race steward inquiries. He goes out onto the curb, the green flashes by our camera position, and it looks like Quintal's going to take the win here at the Red Bull Ring ahead of Crisworth and Zingy. The streak comes to an end for Zingy, but the podium streak remains. Brilliant to see, and take a look at this. Zingy setting a new session record points haul, 2 wins and a 3rd place, netting 32 points in a single session of racing. Congratulations to him, and back to the studio.
Thank you once again to Webbo, and we hope you've enjoyed this session. We'll see you next time in the Desert Rats Racing League. Hello and welcome back to Desert Rats Racing League. Today we are going to Spielberg for Red Bull Ring in its full format. Up in the front we currently have Zingy delivering good qualifiers, followed by Luce in second, Raccoon coming up in third, Snoodro in fourth, Jay in fifth, Captain in sixth, John taking 7th place, and to finish off our pack we have Matt in the back. Let's go ahead and hand it off to Webbo for commentary. And here we are as we come back to Red Bull Ring in Spielberg. We have Zingy out in the pole position as the lights go out and they head down the 4th straight of the track. It's going to be an interesting race today with the full layout this time instead of the short layout from last session. Zingy still showing though he has the dedication to get that 1st place pole position in qualifying, followed by Goose's Loose, Raccoon in 3rd, 37 in 4th, Captain Ahab in 5th, John in 6th, Snoodro in 7th, and Matt Good following up the back of the pack as we head up into the hairpin at the top of the long, not so straight. Zingy keeping his lead with about 0.4 seconds of a gap behind him with Goose's Loose. Raccoon Akiba not too far behind either, but Captain Ahab is starting to peel off, creating his own pack behind with the 4th place position. And as they come down into the sharp right-hander, this turn can definitely be tricky for some of our drivers as it can cause some understeer and pull them out to the gravel pit. And here we are as they're coming closer into entering Sector 3. We see them diving around the long bend of the inside of the track. Zingy continuing to fight with the Goose's Loose as Raccoon has slid off behind Captain Ahab for the 3rd place position. And as we can see, we have the onboard camera of Raccoon here down in the bottom right as he's chasing down Captain Ahab. He needs to watch out in that mirror though, as it looks like John is going to attempt to make a move. It's going to be some contact. That's definitely going to be something from Raccoon to worry about as he receives a warning for colliding with another driver. If he receives, oh, and that's going to be Captain Ahab spinning out into the last turn. It didn't look like there was any contact, so that is going to be a loss of control for the driver. There it is, there is going to be that warning. And as we take a look, we can see that Snoodro is making a chase down here after John for that 3rd place position now that Raccoon is out of the fight, and so is Captain Ahab for the time being. Here they come down the not so straight. Zingy up there still having a lead on the Goose's Loose, but John is being chased down by Snoodro, and Raccoon is sliding in as well to come chase after them past 37. 37 there representing the Xbox One livery in his Mini Cooper today. come into the tight right-hander down the hill towards the bending sweep into Sector 3. We've got some close battles going on, not just in the front, in the middle, but also at the back of the pack. We can see that Captain Ahab and Matt Good over there in the background are having a little bit of scuffle as well. Looks like Snoodro almost has the chase onto him, but as we come up to the Goose is Loose, it looks like he's going to get a chance to pass Zingy if he can make it into the inside. And there he goes. He actually does make the pass as they enter into the last 2 turns of the track for lap 2 of this race. Here they come down the front stretch. The Goose is Loose is going to keep his lead for the time being as we enter into lap 3, but we'll see what happens into turn 1. The Goose is Loose opting for a very narrow entry, but it looks like it is going to give him enough to be able to stay ahead towards the not so straight. Some beautiful racing today from our drivers. As we can see, Snoodro and Raccoon are still having that battle over there for the 4th place position. John is doing his best to catch up to the rest of the 2 in the podium positions. And Zingy is putting down the chase on the Goose is Loose. 2 fierce drivers that have appeared here in the Desert Rats Racing League. Zingy and the Goose is Loose have been putting in podium positions nearly every race that they've been participating in since they've joined. As they enter that down right-hander, a sharp right-hander, I apologize. Coming towards the entry to Sector 3, will Zingy be able to get enough pace on the outside to sweep back in down towards the inside and make an attempt at the Goose is Loose? Not quite having the braking onto the next section. The Goose is Loose able to launch forward, a little bit of understeer, but he's able to keep ahead of Zingy, for now. This is an intense battle for that 1st place position as Zingy's going ahead to attempt to make a move down the inside like the Goose is Loose did, but he's not quite able to stick it in the same way. As they enter the last turn of the track, they will be making their way towards lap 4 of the race. With the Goose is Loose still leading the pack. Zingy in 2nd, John in 3rd, Snoodro in 4th, and Raccoon in 5th. The rest of the pack trailing behind, not too far away, with the exception of Matt Good starting to fall back a little bit from the pack. And here we go as we join the chase cam for Zingy as he attempts to make another pass on the Goose is Loose towards the outside of the right-hand hairpin. Will he be able to have the pace for the run back? As he switches back to the right side of the Goose is Loose, is he able to get past? He is! That puts Zingy back in the 1st place position for now. We currently see Johnny, aka number 37, in the cockpit cam on the bottom right-hand corner as we see him chasing down the drivers in the 4th, 5th, and 6th positions. Ooh, and it looks like he's had a little bit too much of a hard entry, smashing into the back of John. That is going to be a post-race grid penalty for Jay there, J37, in the Xbox One livery. Snoodro is able to quickly get back onto the track though, and so is John as he makes an attempt to catch back up to that 5th place position, or 4th place position, I apologize. Raccoon has been able to take the 3rd place position though today. He definitely needs those points as he has not had a great performance the last few races compared to the start of the season. As we can see, Snoodro is coming into the last 2 turns of the track with John not so far behind and Captain on his tail as well. Into the front stretch we come. As we can see, Zingy is still leading the Goose is Loose in their fight for 1st. Raccoon Akiba is currently sitting in the 3rd place position with no contention at the moment. But with Snoodro, John, and Captain not too far behind, things could change for the host of our Desert Rats Racing session. Back into the not so straight for lap 5. As we can see, Zingy and the Goose is Loose are making their way around the right-hand hairpin with Raccoon and Snoodro coming here and following up behind. John still leading away from Captain Ahab, trying not to give him any pace as he doesn't want to lose any more positions today. As we join Zingy and the Goose is Loose heading into the heavy braking zone of the right-hand turn towards the end of Sector 2. See if he's able to set up a switchback. These drivers have been showing some tremendous skill with their ability to do such today. And here we go. We see the onboard cam with John as he's attempting to chase down Snoodro. He attempts to make an early move towards the inside, but it's not going to let him carry enough pace in that 22 car. Snoodro able to keep his position for now in the 4th place. Ooh, but John putting down an excellent attempt, but unfortunately it looks like he's been turned into by Snoodro. It's hard to catch, but Snoodro is going to receive a warning for colliding with another driver. But it looks like both drivers were able to get back on track. The only disadvantage being that Captain Ahab was able to make a move past them during that incident. At this point, we're more than halfway through the race. About 9 minutes have passed. We currently have Zingy leading the pack again. With the Goose is Loose chasing him, they've created a huge gap, a 9-second gap. Sorry, a 5-second gap towards that 3rd place position, 9 seconds towards 4th place position. The two drivers in 3rd and 4th having trouble catching up without any drivers around them. They're not able to get benefit from draft or things like that. But the 5th and 6th place positions of Snoodro and John are able to take advantage of this. If they work together, they could catch up to the 4th place and even the 3rd place position before the end of this race. But for now, we're watching as the Goose is Loose is making another attempt at Zingy as they head into the beginning of Sector 3 in the wide sweeping left-hander. They drop down to that 2nd or 3rd gear to be able to keep that speed around the inside as they shoot back down, tapping the brakes only slightly to get the slip angle of the car to turn in towards the left-right turns of Sector 3. As they make their way towards the last 2 turns, it looks like Zingy has got quite a bit of a half-second gap there. Pulling away from the Goose is Loose. The Goose is Loose is really going to have to step it up into these next 2 laps if he wants a chance at victory today on the top of the podium and not on one of its lower steps. Here they come as they enter into the 7th lap of our race. 3 laps remain for our drivers. If we take a look at the map, we can see that the rest of the pack has spread out just a little bit. Our main contention being here at the front with Zingy and Goose is Loose, although we do see that Snoodro and John are putting up a fight of their own in the back. These two drivers had quite an eventful day today here at Red Bull Ring. Snoodro leads in that 5th place position ahead of John. John is going to attempt to make the pass, hopefully up here into the hairpin. He switches back to the inside, but will he carry enough pace through to pass him in the back straight here at Red Bull Ring? And it doesn't seem though, as Snoodro is pulling away with that exit. A beautiful entry and exit into the hairpin of Spielberg today. As we take a look at the scoreboard, we see that Goose is Loose is still making an attempt to chase back down Zingy at currently about 3/4 of a second, though he is struggling to make that gap smaller once again. As we come back to it, we will see the Goose is Loose chasing down Zingy. Zingy is starting to develop quite the lead. A wonderful driver here in the Desert Rats Racing Series. He has placed 1st position multiple times now already and is definitely a strong contender to watch out for on the leaderboards. As we saw there for a brief moment, John is making a little bit more pace towards Snoodro. He has 2 laps left to take back that 5th place position for now. But as we enter the last 2 laps of the race, the Goose is Loose is starting to lose his pace on Zingy as well. Zingy is starting to almost get up to a 2nd gap. That's going to be trouble for the Goose is Loose if he wants a victory today. And Raccoon has had some luck today. Definitely not a high-intensity race for the driver, but one to get some points, which he has needed the last few sessions. as they make their way into the sharp right-hander towards the entrance of Sector 3. Zingy is still keeping that gap at about half a second. And Snoodro and John are still putting up a fight there for the fifth place position. With this camera angle, it's starting to make these little minis look like mini toys running around on a child's playroom. But these are high performance machines, almost the same power as a GT4 car. These monstrous minis, the JCW model, are putting on a show here today at Red Bull Ring. And as we enter the final lap, it's looking like Zingy is securing a victory if he can keep this pace up. And that's the message for our final lap today. As we take a look, the Goose is Loose is down to a full second gap away from Zingy. The Goose is Loose having some IRL experience in autocross, track days, and rentals. His favorite arcade racer being the Burnout 3 or Paradise games. He got his sim racing start here in 2018. That means he has about, oh gosh, my math wasn't mathing for a second. It means this man has 9 years of sim racing experience. However, we have Zingy with the 2020 Subaru Outback as his daily driver, running Sim Magic for his equipment. His favorite arcade racer is Need for Speed Underground, and I can definitely agree with that choice. That game was amazing. Definitely hope one day we can see something like that come back from the series. But that's going to be enough of that as we head into the last sector here shortly. The Goose is Loose has broken the gap down to half a second. Hopefully that autocross experience put in a little bit of work for him. They enter in to Sector 3 as they come down past the bending left-hander into the left-right turns of Sector 3. The Goose is Loose doesn't seem to be making the gap any smaller as we enter in towards the last 2 turns of the race. It's starting to look like Zingy will be our victor for today. And here they come as they come into the last 2 turns of our race. The Goose is Loose doesn't seem like he's getting quite the attack he needs if he wants to pass in the final straight. I think today's victor is going to be Zingy as they come down to the final straight. It does seem so. I do not see the Goose is Loose having any chance at this moment. That is going to mean that Zingy is our winner today at Red Bull Ring Spielberg in the Mini Coopers. Congratulations to Zingy with the Goose is Loose taking 2nd place, Raccoon in 3rd, Captain Ahab in 4th, Snoodro in 5th, John in 6th, J37 in 7th, and Matt Good finishing out our pack in the 8th place position today here at Red Bull Ring. Now we will head over to Bathurst for our next and final race of this session. And as we enter the next session of this race, we are heading to Bathurst. Things have taken quite a bit of a change this time. We currently have Goose is Loose up in the front with pole position, and right behind him is a competitor that's been showing his name on the leaderboard over and over, Zingy, followed by Jay in 3rd, Captain in 4th, John in 5th, Snoodro in 6th, followed by Raccoon, Gimme 240s, Ghostkilla, and Matt Good up in the back. Let's go ahead and head into this race. Thank you, Webbo. And as we stated, Webbo is actually currently on vacation, so I, Raccoon Racing, will be your presenter for today once again. The Goose is Loose leading off the pack with a great start here at Bathurst. Zingy chasing him down behind as we enter into the first-hand turn. Looks like the Goose is Loose is opting to take a tighter line onto the curb. These minis, while they are stiff, can handle a little bit of a bumpy ride. And here we are shooting down the first straight of the track. Zingy is right on the Goose is Loose's bumper, maybe attempting to make some bump drafting to get away from the rest of the pack. As we come on board with Snoodro, we are going to be heading into the first few turns of this track's uphill section. As we see them coming around, you have to be careful on that turn not to accelerate too early, or the front wheel drive nature of these cars will try to understeer towards the barrier. But so far so good today in the Desert Rats Racing League, as all of our drivers have made it cleanly through the beginning sections of the uphill journey here at Bathurst. The foliage is thick, the engines are full. Our drivers are ready today to make an attack as they start entering into the downhill section of Bathurst. This is where things get tricky, as these cars, being front wheel drive, have a tendency to want to give out grip under the braking here on this track. And that's going to be our first incident. We are seeing Snoodro making contact with the walls. That's going to be a warning today for the driver. Oh, and it looks like Raccoon Akiba is also severed from a similar incident. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a similar livery. That's going to be the Get Me 240s driver of the Shift E Racing Group has also lost control into the downhill section of the track. But as we look up towards the first four drivers of this race, they have made it through with next to no issue as they begin to attack each other in the back straight. Hitting up to that sixth gear into the heavy braking zone. Missing your braking point can be vital to not missing the braking point can be vital to making sure you can make it through those last few turns with as much speed as possible. And as we see J37 in the Xbox One livery, he didn't have a great race at Red Bull Ring, so this is going to be his opportunity to make things right here at Bathurst as we enter into lap 2 of the race. Our current leaders are going to be the Goose is Loose, Zingy, and J37, aka Johnny. Captain Ahab not too far behind, though. It looks like he does have some craft off of 37 here. But I don't think it's going to be enough to make it past him in the next few turns. He's going to have to wait until we begin heading back down towards the back end. And that's going to be some contact for J37. It looks like our stewards have chose to ignore that for the moment. We know for this race, the stewards are going to be a little bit more lenient with the difficult nature of this track, especially the downhill sections. But that looks like it is going to be a warning finally for Johnny as he's made too much contact with walls. One scrape might be forgiven, but multiple scrapes back to back definitely will warrant that warning as we come on board now with Raccoon Akiba. It looks like John has spun off behind him. It's going to be a loss of control warning for John today. And Raccoon almost doing the same as that rear end famously kicking out. He does love to drive like that, but maybe in this downhill section, it is not as viable as he would like. And it looks like Zingy also had a warning for a loss of control here. It's a chaotic race today here at Bathurst for Session 5. But it looks like Zingy is going to be making the chase towards Snoodro. Does he have enough pace to be able to pass him in the back straight? He's right on his rear end now as they make their way around the right-hander towards the braking zone. Will he attempt to make the move? No, he's going to go ahead and stay behind, waiting to buy his time, maybe possibly in the front straight before they head into the uphill section of this track. And here they come, making their way into lap 3. Zingy chasing down Snoodro with Raccoon not too far behind. These exits onto the straights, it's important that you have the best exit possible. That way, if you are behind, you can get a hold of the draft of the car in front, and if you're ahead, you need to be able to keep that gap built so that they can't benefit. But as we can see, as they start coming down towards the last part of the straight into the uphill, Zingy is gaining a little bit of pace onto Snoodro. Some beautiful racing today here at Bathurst. Begin their charge into the uphill. They're going to be laying it down on the fourth gear up this section, only lifting a little bit to make it around certain turns and avoid walls on the outside. As you can see from Raccoon just barely skating by the barrier of the wall. Zingy doing the same as he slides just slightly against it, scraping up his paint job. But the two drivers, Zingy and Snoodro, do have a good launch out of that section. Raccoon is leading behind in the 6th place position. These two fighting for 4th, but giving the chance for podium away as Captain J37 and the Goose is Loose are really making a charge away from the rest of the pack. And as we said, those exits onto these straights are going to be vital. It looks like Zingy and Snoodro were able to get a good exit, but Raccoon is struggling, as we saw with the cockpit camera there for a moment. It looks like Zingy is able to make the move down the straight this time, making the pass successfully, entering into the last three turns. The last two turns here at Bathurst. Now he has to deal with Snoodro chasing him down from behind. The shift group being well represented today in the Desert Rats Racing League with 3 drivers on the grid. I apologize, actually, that's 4 drivers on the grid, re-looking at the names. Here we come back down onto the first stretch of the track. The gap is a little bit more built up now between the drivers in the 4th, 5th, and 6th positions, but that does not mean the fight is over just yet, as we are only on lap 4 of 9 today. Captain having a good lead for that 3rd place position. And taking a look at Johnny, he's only 2 seconds off the pace from our leader. He definitely can make up that pace today. Having a good chase in the uphill section, gaining some benefit from that draft. He'll be able to make some moves entering out of the downhill if he's able to keep up this pace. And here we are with the chase cam of Snoodro, showing how quickly these drivers are coming through, but oh no, Zingy lost it with his wheels touching the outside. And oh, it looks like his car slid into Raccoon. That is going to be a post-race grid penalty for Zingy after losing control and making contact with the middle driver. As we know with the Desert Rats series, this is cosmetic damage only, so Raccoon is able to get back onto the track and start charging towards the 4th place position of Snoodro. Zingy not too far behind him as we see his bumper get launched there by one of the shift drivers. And that for a moment was Get Me 240s as we cut back to Raccoon in the same livery. He's making his way down the back straight with Zingy not too far behind him, and two more hoods go flying off onto the back straight. Looks like today is a party as the cars are getting down and dirty. Coming to the end of the back straight, the braking zone begins for Raccoon and Zingy. As we take a look at the leaderboard, the Goose is still leading with that 2-second, 3-second gap ahead of J37. Captain Ahab chasing behind. Snoodro in 4th, Raccoon in 5th, Zingy in 6th, John in 7th, and the rest of the group being shift drivers in 8th, 9th, and 10th. Straight again. Zingy is trying to make that attack on Raccoon. Will his exit be good enough to make the chase? And it looks like that gap may be dwindling. It's hard to tell from this camera angle as we get onto the chase camera with Zingy once again. Into the cockpit, will he make the late move? Looks like for now he's going to wait to make an attempt later on the track, knowing this may not be the best moment. It seems somehow our drivers have restored their hoods. Definitely an interesting thing happening with the cameras today. They must have a monkey in their hood, fixing parts like Speed Racer as they dash through the uphill section. Z making just a little bit of a scratch against the wall, but nothing egregious as he's trying to chase down Raccoon. We see the Goose's leading comfortably up the front as he's making his way down the downhill, followed by J37. In the 2nd place position, Captain in 3rd, Snoodro in 4th. It's going to be some interesting last few laps here as the pack hasn't broken up entirely, but we do still see some races going on the track as Raccoon is still being chased by Zingy. Zingy is getting a better exit out of that turn, and no, Raccoon is struggling, tapping the side of the wall in the exit again, taking an inside line. It looks like he doesn't quite hit the wall there, but some sketchy driving and a very bad exit. It's going to lead to Zingy being able to get the overtake in the back straight once again, making his way back into that 5th position I'm sure he isn't too happy after making a mistake. He's been leading the races here for this rapid racing session. Here we go into the back stretch's final moments as we enter the braking zone. Oh no, it looks like Raccoon did not brake quite enough. He makes contact with Zingy, sending the two drivers off the track. And that's going to be a post-race grid penalty for another driver today for Raccoon. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the replay here and see what could happen differently. But it looks like Raccoon attempted to make avoiding action, but in doing so just managed to clip the back end of Zingy. An unfortunate incident indeed, but the two drivers will take it like champs. And as we cut back to the third place position, we do see that Snudro has made some pace on Captain Ahab as we enter into the last 2 laps of this race. I apologize, I think I said the last 2 laps. This is not. Currently only in lap 6. But either way, as we enter into this lap, Captain is going to be chased down by Snudro into the uphill section. As we saw from Zingy, it might not be the best choice to make the passes here, but rather towards the downhill or in the back straight. So at the moment, Snudro is going to have to make an attempt at only chasing, although he went for the move. A little bit of contact there, but the stewards have decided to let it be accepted. So now Captain Ahab is going to have to make a chase for the 3rd place position after that aggressive driving from Snudro. Neither driver did crash though, so it is fair game. And here we go as they enter into the downhill section, the trickiest section today so far for our drivers. It's all about managing the oversteer when using the brakes, not wanting to kick out the rear end of the car too much around these banked turns. Here we go into the back stretch as we are on the chase camera, or I'm sorry, the cockpit camera with Captain for a moment. Going back to trackside as they make their chase down the back straight. Doesn't look like Captain quite has the space he needs to benefit from draft and make the pass, but it will definitely get him the pace he needs to make an attempt on the next lap. And as we look ahead on the leaderboard, we can't see the Goose is Loose is still leading with that gap. John behind our driver Captain with Raccoon following not too far behind. Zingy attempting to recover as well, as it looks like he may have made a mistake somewhere in that last lap, allowing Raccoon to overtake once again. 40s is going to be in that 8th place position. And here we go as we enter the final lap. The Goose is Loose is leading, followed by 37 as we said, and here is Captain Ahab attempting to chase down Snudro for a podium position in the final lap. As we make our way into the front straight of the track, will he get a good enough exit to make the attack? It may look so, as he does use good spacing on the track. The pacing is there to get the draft benefit from Snudro ahead, and it looks like Matt Good has retired from our race. They enter into the uphill section of Bathurst for the final lap. It looks like Snudro has accidentally gone wide into the section. As we come back to see Raccoon and the rest of the pack, we cut back ahead again to see the tense battle between Snudro and Captain Ahab. Captain Ahab really standing up along the outside, scraping the wall only a little bit. He makes the overtake. That is going to allow Captain Ahab into the 3rd place position for now. They start making their way towards the downhill section of Bathurst. This is going to be some intense battling for a podium position on the final lap. As we take a look at the drivers in the back, it looks like Raccoon does have a good gap from Zingy. But hopefully we can come back to the action. Yes, we do, with Captain Ahab still leading ahead of Snudro. As we enter the back straight, this is going to be Snudro's last chance to make any kind of move against the driver in 2nd place. But as we move ahead, we do see the Goose is Loose making his way around the last few turns. What an insane race for the Gooses Loose today. Leading the pack without any issues, even ahead of J37 there making the chase. That is going to make our winner today, the Gooses Loose in the number 99 car. Congratulations, Goose. You had a wonderful race today. 37, rounding out the rest of the podium with the second place position. It seems like Captain Ahab is going to get that third place today. Congratulations to our drivers as the leaderboard comes up here for both of our races. Raccoon is leading the series with 118 points and 19-point gap to Captain Ahab. John, aka JLA, is in third place with 96 points, giving a almost 30-point lead over Zingy. Finesse in fifth place, Darius in sixth. The Goose is starting to catch up in seventh. Back Good in eighth. Get Me 240s in ninth, and Snowdro in 10th. That is our top 10 contenders for the time in this series. Our next session will take us to Cascades and the historic Nordschleife, so we do hope to see you there. Thank you once again for joining us in Raccoon Racing Productions Desert Rats Racing League. This has been an enjoyable series, and we hope to see you again soon. We will hopefully have Webbo back for next time as well, so join us for sure. Hello, and welcome back to the Desert Rat Racing League for our Season 1 opener. Today our racers will be going to Laguna Seca, historic Spielberg, and Long Beach, California. Today I am joined by shift member Darius. Let's go ahead and get into the action. So today we start out with Darius leading in pole position, followed by myself, and I'll go ahead and let Darius introduce the rest of our grid here.
We got Shift Finesse following in behind, Racing UK, Ghost, and Nike for this race today.
And so most of these are returning racers, with the exception of SS. He has been watching the series and he's been racing with us when we have our practice sessions, but with him being over in the UK, as you can tell with his name, his time zone sometimes conflicts, but he was happy to join us for some of our races in this first session.
So far, you were able to get a really good launch.
Yeah, I was just about to say that takeoff at the beginning let me take over for pole position. But we know with this track it's all about high speed, and you're still right behind me, so nothing's set in stone just yet this first lap.
Yeah, for now it's just settle in, apply pressure, and from there you can make positions.
Although us together, we've already taken a good second and a half lead ahead from everybody. And I do apologize in advance. Sometimes the camera controls at Laguna Seca are a little weird. As the race progresses, I get better with that. So.
Oh.
And oh yeah, I forgot that.
Yeah.
It's from what I can tell, I'm pretty sure that was lag because that was such a weird.
It was yeah. I think
occurrence, but you get back on the track real fast. But it seemed he somehow tapped the back of my car and it just sent him flying on the corkscrew. But we have 15 minutes of racing ahead of us, so with one lap in, you've still got plenty of time to recover as you start attacking racing.
Yeah, comes a recovery race from that point on.
And so it looks like the field is spreading out just a little bit, but nobody's pulling ahead or falling back. Everybody in the front leading by about a second and a half each, but then, yeah, you three in the back are starting to tighten up just a little bit here.
As
SS
UK
went off track. And Nike here was stealing my car color. I switched specifically for this season. I was like, I'm debuting a new car. I had a little teaser video that I made on my other channel, and he stole my color.
UK tries to get me on the inside there. You do a little switchback.
Get the switchback beautifully. And here we go, headed up towards the corkscrew.
I cut a little too much on that one.
We do have track limits enabled, so if it were to happen too many times, you would get that drive-through penalty we've seen. And racing going for the attack and unfortunately taking you out, but he was respectful and backed
I think
off.
I saved it. I saved it.
You did. The corkscrew is beautiful in these cars because even when you get kind of pushed, that front-wheel drive will just straighten out in a downhill. But I do appreciate the fact that he backed off, so no penalty was given for that. but we have introduced penalties in this season 1 now. If there is anything egregious and it's reported, or I catch it afterwards, we will be taking positions away, possibly giving positions back. So, good changes for this season 1 to promote more clean but still aggressive racing. And I'm starting to put in some work. I'm from that 1.5 to 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, you're starting to push.
Everybody dipping a little toe in the dirt. But it kind of helps in getting traction in that turn, weirdly enough. The car freaks out, but then it straightens out.
You gotta use the whole tracks when you can, right?
Exactly. These cars really aren't afraid of dirt or grass. Sometimes it's actually more optimal to cut in a little bit on the track, legally, of course. But
Yeah, within limits. I know on the corner that Ghost just went through, if you can set up the car where the inside tire is just past the yellow curb, and you can like go right over it.
Exactly. And here we go into the corner straight. Like I said, yeah, it's weird how hard it is to get to this camera angle when it should normally work so well. Making it a 3-second gap as we go back into the next lap. But you've made your way past racing after he made that mistake going off into the dirt. Now you're getting close to getting ready to attack Nike with that half-second gap.
As I go off in the last corner.
Yeah, sometimes that hairpin, it's not a hairpin necessarily. No, I guess it's a hairpin with that last turn. It's
a pretty tight corner.
If you go to it just a little too fast, it's definitely a deal breaker.
This is where I start pressuring Nike.
There we go, seeing that little dip in the dirt. Nike doing it on the way out. And as we were discussing before this race, this was recorded on my previous computer, so going forward, we'll be able to see the replays in the highest quality and proper 1080p going forward, thankfully. So no more 720p and no more medium graphics. But even with that, this game is gorgeous. And there you go, off the track in the uphill. Looks like he might have just missed the braking point and had to go wide.
I think losing the second position at the start of the race really got into my head, I think. That's where I was just making mistake after mistake. And then I believe I end up having to do a drive-through towards the end.
I think so, yeah.
There's no really good battles going on, maybe between Finesse and Ghost.
It's getting closer. Ghost can definitely close. Ooh, yeah, that line from Ghost was a lot better. So here comes the gap closer. They're already within more than a 20th or 2/10 of each other.
Battle starting. Ghost is going to start pressuring Finesse.
Although Finesse did a really good job using that inside curve. Like, he can definitely get a little bit closer to it. Or kill Ghost, not Nike.
Ghost definitely has a better entry, but Finesse gets the better exit overall.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to have our season contender from last season join us for this session, Carlos, but hopefully he'll be joining us soon because he would have definitely been putting work against all of us.
Put you up for your money. As Ghost makes a mistake.
That will be a cut from the supers for sure. And here's the camera acting out again as we see if we keep track on that mini map. They're still keeping it nice and close. They get 2 warnings before they get the drive-through penalty with track cutting.
Well, I'm starting to pressure Nike again.
Yeah, here you go. And racing, UK was fishtailing back there, so he's lost a lot of time putting him almost, 3 seconds back. That's wild. It looks like I made a mistake on these turns. because I just saw everybody's times drop. So I'm starting to feel that tire wear kicking in as we're using that 2 times tire wear from the season. Oh yeah, here you are. You're staying right on his tail end.
On his
And
bumper.
love the bump drafting. Yeah, no, that's clean racing. We don't mind the bump drafting as long as it's not hindering anybody. It kept you in pace and it kept him back on the track. So in our last 2
Logical.
races,
He blocked it.
oh yeah, he almost left the door open. But sometimes that is key. If people start working together to catch up to those faster guys in the front,
Yeah, see
you'll
how
see
I
a
just
lot
did
more
it there
crazy
where how
drop-offs.
my left outside tire there was right in the dirt going over that
It's
curve.
wonderful. Because while these things are
I
somewhat
did it
off the
again
ground,
for that corner.
yeah, they're just high enough off the ground that they still clear a lot of the sausage curves on a lot of tracks. Red Bull Ring is also one we see it a lot at.
Oh, Nike makes a mistake. I think we go too wide through this corner.
And you set up the switchback. They
Clear.
both go off into the dirt. Oh, that's going to be
Mistake.
wonderful for
I get
you
by
as you're
them.
able to pass him. And here we go into lap 7. Oh my gosh,
And then the
Vanessa's caught up to
battling
me
with
as
you.
well.
I think you made a mistake during that.
Like I
lap
said,
lap.
that tire wear, I definitely was being a little too aggressive with my lead at the start and trying to keep it. I wasn't pacing myself well. So my front tires were starting to get a lot more cooked. Yeah, even then you can see them sliding out.
You definitely want to use your brake a lot to rotate these cars. Oh wow, I just saw that smoke kick up.
Oh, here he comes. Is he going to get the pass?
Yeah.
He
Side
takes
by
it.
side.
All right.
Side
But I'm
by
back
side.
around on the outside. I'm going to have advantage going into the next turn. Oh, a
Oh, a
little
little
door
bit of
bumping.
bumping. Side by side again. Oh, we're still going side by side. As I'm starting to
We're
catch up
definitely
while
putting
you're
the pressure.
battling.
Yeah, that fight's not making anything easier for us. But we keep it clean as we go up towards the corkscrew. And you're capitalizing. There you go, taking second. Back where you belong from the start. Come on, Cameron. Here we go.
Oh,
and right on my
still
rear
right
end now.
on the bumper. Yeah. Try to take a wide line through there, but you held the inside.
But Finesse isn't far off either. He's going to be able to capitalize on that fight as we go door to door again.
Oh yeah.
3 wide towards turn 1.
Intense 3 wide through here. No, like a little bit of contact, but we all cleared that corner.
It was clean. But now we have a fight for first out of 5 people. I'm able to pull up as everybody goes door to door, but that's not going to last too long.
Finesse gets a good
I
run
saw
on
Finesse,
me.
yeah. Here he
But
comes on the outside.
I should be able to defend it from turn 1 going into the braking zone here. Yeah, I get a really good
Here
line going
comes.
through here.
You're able to take that advantage and shove him out, and it looks like Nike's able to take advantage too of that situation. He's going to be able to contend with Finesse now.
Still side by side with Finesse.
Oh,
Nike
and
pushes
unfortunately
me
you
off.
get tapped just a little bit with that 3 wide.
I believe that's where I get drive through. I think I fall all the way back down the grid again.
Definitely see if you end up going through the pits on this, you're going to have to take that into consideration because that is something I didn't realize.
A little contact between me and Ghost.
That is what's wonderful about these cars is they don't get unsteady when you accidentally tap or anything like that. The worst you can do is a pit maneuver, and even then these cars half the time will still recover from that.
I believe in comms, once I fell back with Ghost, me and him were just battling for the rest of the race and giggling the entire time because there was just light contacts here and there.
Yeah,
Oh, there it is. I'm going into the drive.
We'll definitely take that into consideration once we go into editing for the video. There may even be some results changes with that.
Finesse is not letting you get away.
No, he's not, and I
Third
block
one.
up
Oh,
the
you're
brakes there, which is surprising. That definitely means my tires are starting to go out because I do run on low ABS, which usually prevents these cars from locking up unless you're really screwing
pushing.
up.
Yeah.
Oh, and I see him go off in the back there. It looks like Ghost was off track. Yep, you overtook him. So even with that drive-through penalty, we run a high-speed pit limiter, so that way the drive-through penalties aren't as egregious as what would be the 21-second penalty the game normally gives you.
I believe we go side by side through that corner. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are
background
fighting
there.
for it back there for sure.
And then we're gonna go side by side through this corner as well.
Laguna Seca definitely provides good opportunities for fighting. It's a nice wide track, even though there's a lot of tight turns. Things get back up to speed real fast.
And these minis, they allow you to go side by side without like any major mistakes.
No, it's really nice. They don't shove out too much. If anything, sometimes the person on the outside actually will push the person on the inside back in.
It's really good racing.
And so I know we're coming closer to the races. We're entering lap 9. We're usually seeing about 1:34 per lap. So with that, minute and a half with 15 minutes on the clock, we're definitely getting closer to the end of this race.
I believe this is the final
This
lap.
should be the last lap coming up, yeah. Because if we look at the AI is kind of our timer for this race. We just saw him enter the 15 minutes and we're not done yet. So we're going to start seeing our final battles going on here as you dive for that inside with beautiful braking. Although it looks like a switchback happened back there. But Finesse also keeping it up, and Nike not too far off behind. They may be both wearing the Shift name, but it looks like we're both fighting Finesse right now. As we come into the uphill towards the corkscrew, oh, beautiful Finesse. He's staying right on my tail and getting the better line out as I try to defend the corkscrew. Squeezing him out just as much as possible and forcing him to get behind my braking line, and you've created a gap yourself from the two in the back. Here we go with Finesse. And there you go, you see my tires. You can see the car is not really gripping like it should be. Here we go into the final turn of the race. Finesse sets up for a very strange switchback going back to the outside, but he gets the better line doing so. Taking over first position at the end of the race in the end straight. That was beautiful from Finesse with that wonderful catch-up. You yourself also doing good to catch up back to fourth and stay in the middle at that points. So we had myself, Finesse. Let's go back and see those results. Finesse, myself, Nike, Darius here, Racing, and Ghost. Lots of close racing. What did you think of that, Darius?
It was definitely an intense race with all the battling going on in the different parts of the track.
It was unfortunate, but I will be reviewing that incident again, seeing what happened. Because now that I realize, I thought it was just normal track cutting that gave the drive-through, because we were in the heat of the race, obviously. But that will be taken under review. We may have to change the results. I have to see who caused the incident. So thank you for joining me, and he should be joining me for at least the next race of this session, if not the final one. We'll see what happens. Any thoughts going into the first season? Anything you want to talk about otherwise?
No, not really. I'm just looking forward to the next couple races. Fortunately, I won't be here for this upcoming couple, but I will try to be there for the next closer, like next months and stuff.
And so today we go onto the track with myself in pole position, joined by newcomer Captain Ahab, newcomer Rad, and then we have Darius himself, Racing UK, Finesse, and Shift Matt. So, a couple of different people, despite us being in the same session. That is what's nice about these sessions, is as long as you make it to one of the races, you can participate in it and get your points from that race. And here we go, heading into the opening of Historic Spielberg. This is a really fast-paced Sector 1. And unlike normal Spielberg, it's a lot longer. We don't have that first turn that kind of slows us down. And then we do head into a heavy braking section, but we're still heading up it at least minimum third gear.
yeah. And these cars do not have the downforce for that corner.
No, not at all. The inclines, the curvature of this track is so much weirder when it's old.
Especially the
But
off-camber corner.
definitely, there's a lot of them on this track too. This is one of them. It can definitely push you to the outside if you're not slowing down enough. But if you do slow down enough and get back to that inside, the downhill will push you out super fast, as you're seeing me do. I'm able to pull ahead of everybody.
Yeah, you're taking an early lead.
This is probably the only turn on the track that is very similar to the modern speed, where you still hit it in third gear. You're still just kind of feathering the throttle as it goes down. But then we go back to what feels like a completely different track again. This is another corner where if you're not careful, you'll get thrown into the grass off to the outside, and you're hitting that barrier right there. And so it looks like Rad, Ahab, and SS Racing are having a really good fight up here, with you starting to catch up to them as we finish up our first lap.
Yeah, them battling was allowing me to catch up a little.
And so with this track, we're seeing about 2-minute laps. So we're going to see about 5 to 6 laps total. It is a little bit of a lengthier track compared to its modern counterpart, and compared to what we saw in Laguna's taken with about 1.5 laps.
I believe I had a really good run coming up this hill there, and
That
I
was a
sent it
beautiful
inside,
intercept. Ooh,
and
yeah,
then
not enough
I had
braking.
like he
And Racing takes
closed the
himself
gap,
out, unfortunately.
closed the gap a little bit. I couldn't direct the car where I needed to point it in a good direction.
So in that collateral, it looks like Captain Ahab did get collected, unfortunately. So that will have to be reviewed later, and we'll take a look at the results. But for now, we'll continue with the race. So it looks like up ahead, I'm leading by about a second, which isn't crazy. Rad definitely has a chance to catch up. But Finesse and Matt are close enough that if either one of them either makes a mistake or capitalizes, they can catch up to each other and start having a good fight back there. And it looks like we had somebody off track. It looks like Matt might have gone off into the grass there. And that's what's
It's
rough
just
about this track.
a lot of tire marbles on the outside of those corners. That's probably what happened there.
Exactly. That's definitely the more rough thing about this track. There's no sand traps. There's no gravel. It's grass. If you're off, you're sliding. It's hard to get back on track. It's definitely not favorable, so it's always good to have that reset button available. We do allow that button to be used as long as it's not disrupting other people with an unsafe rejoin.
Not looking like there's too much accident going on at the moment.
Yeah, the race with that accident, it definitely split up the group a little bit. So we're not going to see too much action here in the middle half of the race, but Rad's slowly catching up. He's definitely getting more speed in these straights. As long as he keeps his exits good, he'll be able to catch up in no time. Even there, yeah, you can see at every 100 that he's dropping off, slowly making his progress towards me. Now, to be honest, I haven't quite established what the draft range is in these cars, because they don't really benefit from draft, unlike a lot of cars.
Yeah, they don't.
Maybe the side draft they kind of benefit from, but yeah, front end to rear end, no, I don't typically ever feel the draft kick in until you're already almost on their bumper to begin with.
Yeah, it's a very small window. They're not shaped the way a NASCAR is, especially. So
Exactly that. It's a hatchback. It is truly a traditional hatchback shape, so it's not really made to produce aerodynamics for others. It's truly just made to push forward. Because it's not uncommon that we see hatchbacks in disciplines such as rally, it's very common there because they're not typically going up against other cars; they're going up against their own times. But when you're putting them wheel to wheel like this, they definitely have different dynamics for most race cars.
They use these hatchbacks specifically because of how short they are. They do some great turning.
And I can definitely attest to that as somebody who gets to drive one of these, not this exact model, but the 2014 S Cooper. They definitely handle very uniquely, but for a car that you think may get something like speed shakes or anything like that, no, they drive so stable, it's insane. And even at high speeds, they can very quickly and precisely maneuver, whether it's on track to get around somebody or in real life. I've actually had a few times now already where our Arizona freeways quite often have debris on them. We have a lot of working trucks and things like that. Things get dropped, and in my regular car, my Hyundai Accent, that thing is taking way too many beatings just from not being able to maneuver it. But in the Mini Cooper, that thing is nimble as hell.
Wouldn't expect anything less from Mini. Going right back to the 60s with their original Cooper. Those beautiful
I'm
cars.
realizing Finesse changed his livery for this track for this race, and that totally threw me off. I thought he was SS for a moment.
I believe I was catching up to him, but I was losing a lot of time because I was going onto those curves and crossing the white line, which may have caused another drive-through for this season for me.
Ooh, and he definitely makes a mistake. He didn't slow it down enough, and as I said earlier, these turns will suck you to the outside of that barrier. So you are able to take it up to third. All things considered from the start of the race, this is a good recovery. But knowing that you were the one that did not brake in time, that penalty may come back to bite you later. All right, we see Matt starting to attack Captain Ahab, but making a very interesting line. It's not really ideal to cut to the outside on these high-speed chases. Yeah, it definitely seems like Matt just didn't really decide where he wanted to go there, and it just made a really awkward line through that whole section. So Captain's going to be able to keep that second ahead of him just for now. And I'm noticing it looks like, unfortunately, racing has retired from the race. So there now is a race between 6 people.
It's a challenging track, especially if you haven't practiced it all that much in these cars.
It definitely does not follow what you'd expect from even other historic traditional tracks. Like, it definitely has its own rules you have to follow. Maybe in some versions of historic Monza, there's some similar sections with those downhill turns where they can kind of suck you to the outside, but a lot of this track feels very unique.
I believe they didn't even have the chicanes back then, so it was all throttle.
Pretty much, yeah. Monza was one of the first few that introduced chicanes in some of their historic layouts. But a lot of tracks back then, or as you see here, lots of nice long wide curves
Right.
for the cars to kind of carry themselves around for those RPMs to stay up. So Captain's going to pull away from Matt. Matt made a little too many mistakes. So we pulled a racing POV from the pits as they pull ahead onto their next lap. And we're getting close to the end of this race here. It's entering into the 11th minute, so we're probably only going to see
One more lap.
maybe 2 or 3 more laps here.
That's right, they're 2-minute laps.
This is definitely a track I would love to see revisited with a lot more racers on track because it's a high-speed track. It lives up to the name, high speed ring. So often, like we see in NASCAR, having a lot of drafting going on, things like that, it's not a bad thing to see. It's often what makes quite a fun race at this kind of track.
You can get
And we
some
know
crazy top speeds in the straight with drafting for sure.
100%. You're usually
I go
looks
off.
like you took off into that grass, and yeah, as we said, it's no sand, no gravel. So once you're off, you're going wide. And we're seeing that Finesse is very quickly catching up to you on the mini map.
I
As we see him
believe
cutting frame now.
I have a drive-through after that one. You might see me fly into the pits and then fly out behind Finesse.
Yeah, so we set that pit speed to 140. So with a short pit at a track like this, you're not technically having to slow down too much since it's right after this long section. So we'll see it here. Yep, into the pit.
Start into the pit, yeah.
Slowing down just enough. And it looks like you're going to come out either just before. Yeah, it looks like you're going to come out ahead of Ahab, so he's going to be able to capitalize you with his full speed, but you'll be able to defend that inside and compromise his line. Although he is flying, but you do a good job of squeezing him out there. Beautiful work. Yeah, making sure to be careful that he's not going to get torpedoed again.
It's
So it
definitely a
looks like the next lap will be our last lap as we look at the timer, having only 2 minutes left in the race.
some tough braking
And
still.
he managed to good. He compromises your line with his bad line, but you did a good job staying on the inside there. And honestly, even right now, you're both making progress towards Finesse.
Yeah, it's because those two corners, they're off camber, and if you don't hit the braking point right, you're just washing off the track.
Exactly. You have to let that trail braking kick in just a little bit at the beginning, and then you let that just feather throttling do the rest of the work. Ahab getting an amazing line out of there. You can see him pulling away.
Right into the tire marble. Not ideal.
So this will be our final lap as we go into it.
Oh, I went
Just
into the
touching the
grass.
grass a little bit. Beautiful clean braking. Just past the 100 mark. And here we are cutting back to the front. It's been a quiet race for me and Rad. Neither of us coming quite near each other. Yeah, even there you can see it. Rad just getting sucked out to that outside just a tiny bit.
I was really struggling with that.
I can tell. I heard that shift down to second gear. And there I go, taking my victory strides as I cross the finish line first. Rad coming up in second, but we're not done yet as Finesse and Ahab definitely are still going at it in this last turn. Anything can happen if Finesse makes a mistake. Ahab has a grip line, but doesn't quite carry the speed to get past Finesse. So that has Finesse, Ahab, yourself in fifth, and then Matt with our sixth, since we know that SS has retired from this race. So definitely could have been a tighter race. We saw the incident at the beginning kind of spread out the pack, but overall, everybody kind of had their little fights. It was not the most exciting, but it's a point earner. That's what matters.
It
Other than that,
is.
that's gonna go ahead.
I said that it is a points earner.
And sometimes that's all that matters. As we saw in season 0, the shift guys only showed up for the very last session of the session of the season, and one of them still managed to get, I think, third. Yeah, third in the whole. It was 40s. 40s got third in the whole
I
season.
believe
So
I came runner up as well. I believe.
you were fourth, and then yeah, we had, because it was me, Carlos, 40s, and then yourself. You were correct. Um, but yeah, that's gonna be that for session or season, race 2 of session 1. And so here we go off with the helicopter cam leading us away. Brad taking pole position, as we said. Everybody lining up as we head into that high speed first turn. High speed entry, heavy braking. That's the words I'm looking for.
As you go and dive the inside of Rad.
And I just love the camera angles produced by this track as well, mixed with our camera tools built in from the game. And we have a strong start from everybody. We're only having less than a 3-second gap between everybody, so that's a wonderful start to a Long Beach race. And it's good to see everybody making as much use of the track as possible in some of these turns, because if you don't, you really just don't have the speed coming out of it. In my case, using too much of the track, apparently.
You definitely lose pace if you don't go and get close to those walls. You have to capitalize on the amount of space you have. There's like no shortage.
Yeah, I was definitely pushing a little too hard. As you can see, I'm kicking it out, scratching the walls.
I was
I
definitely
think by this
applying
point in the session,
pressure.
yeah, after leading for so long in the session, I'm definitely feeling that exhaustion.
I am very good on this track, and I told myself at the start of the race I was not taking no for an answer. I was gonna have a good session, like race this time around.
He said, "It is agent time. It is time to go double O blue and take the track." Ooh, and we saw Finesse going sideways into the wall back there. Matt making his way past him. That's an unfortunate place to crash out, because that tire barrier, if you hit it sideways, is going to spin you out.
Yeah.
He's just finally recovering from it now. That's an unfortunate hit for Finesse back there.
Losing all the space on the track. Almost hitting the wall there.
I'm wondering if the same thing was happening to him.
Giving you a little pressure on the inside
He
there.
like tapping my rear end just a little bit with your front end.
Giving you a little
I am
push
honestly
down the
wondering if
straight.
Finesse was
And
feeling
then I
that same
poked my nose
exhaustion.
right just before the braking zone. Brake really hard. You end up keeping it. Still applying pressure through this section.
But I'm responding to it. You can see me making those small little
Keeping it
moves just to
really
make
tight.
full defense. Ooh, and Ahab back into that wall after the hairpin. But a beautiful forward line as the top 4 go back into lap 3 now.
Heavy braking zone coming up here. Lip tap to the
God, I
wall.
love that camera angle.
Oh, it's so tight at the front right now. Everybody's applying pressure and they're feeling the pressure.
At this point of the session, we had done multiple practices that were at least anywhere between 10 to 20 minutes long, multiple qualifiers that were anywhere between 5 to 15 minutes long, and each race being 15 minutes. Everybody definitely is more in tune with these cars at this point, but at the same time, like I was saying, I was feeling the exhaustion by this point. I'm sure Finesse was too, as he was fighting for first in some races.
Oh,
Even
got
there,
a
yeah,
little
another
close
one
to
of
the
us
wall.
scraping the wall.
Luckily for us, damage is off for this races. But if that was real life, that would have been the retirement.
Yes, it would. We do run cosmetic damage for one. It's always funny to see when somebody's been a little banged up, and two, it does help us determine in some accidents where the damage was caused and who was more responsible.
I believe I fell back after that hit. You keep pressuring Rad.
But with me and Rad fighting up there, anything's still possible, especially with these tight turns coming up.
Me just focusing on my line. And because Rad's
Wonderful use of
holding you
turn.
up a little bit, I'm able to get right back on you guys.
That is the problem with this section. Is it's not easy. Ooh, cars off the ground.
I turned on my hover mode on that car real quick.
Gotta have the bunny hops. Rad going almost a little too wide there, but of course,
This
again, in this section, it's so hard to pass.
this corner is a little deceiving because the curbing, it's off the wall, but you have to go right up to the inside wall to get that corner right.
Otherwise, those tires are going to
And
eat you alive.
and you do not set up for the straight properly if you don't.
But there I go. I managed to make the overtake finally.
Yep.
Getting my bearings somewhat back together.
Then I'm gonna start attacking Rad. Oh, he attacks
Rad
back.
setting up for the switchback almost. But yeah, he manages to keep you off him while attacking me. And Ahab's not too far behind either. He's only about second off the pace.
With 7 minutes of racing still to go. Oh, I go dive in. Didn't spook him enough to take it. I'm still keeping it on his bumper.
Ooh, scraping the inside of that wall. Starting to see that paint scraping too on the cars. So you can tell who's been a little more aggressive into some of these turns, but
As I said, I wasn't taking no for an answer this race. I was really pushing it.
and I totally get that. And thankfully we know at this track, if you do hit the wall too hard, it's gonna stop you. If it's a scrape, it's a scrape. You'll lose some speed. You'll keep going.
Ooh. Light
Just
touch.
like both of us
Light.
there. Yeah.
But it wasn't enough to slow me down for that run down the straight. As
Well, I
Rad
was
goes
not
to
giving it up
defend.
either. I'm squeezing him back there. But that's going to give you the chance to attack him. We can see it. You're setting up. Oh, and he
Little
squeezes you
contact.
out. Nothing egregious, though. It's still fair. It is amazing in this race how much the top four are keeping it together. Because even Ahab, while he's not in the pack, he's staying with the pack.
It's some great battling at Long Beach right now.
And Finesse did manage to recover and pass Matt. We did miss that a little bit earlier. He currently has a 7-second gap on Matt. Look at them picking up the dirt from just inside the wall. That's beautiful.
Oh, you made a
Did I
mistake
take
in
it
the
too wide?
mountain.
That's going to cost me bad. I'm going to probably fall out from this fight for a second. Oh, but that entry for myself. I am right back on you.
You did not want to let me get away there.
Not after having first place. No, I wanted it back. I've been running it all session. Up until this race, I had led every single first place lap except for that very last pass from Finesse in session 1 at Laguna Seca. But you
Right
two
on.
managed to pull away.
I'm going right on the inside there, taking it from Rad.
And there's the overtake. You have it. That is your line now. As me and Ahab follow in behind.
And then I go and hold it as tight as I could through this just to prevent them from getting by, but it wasn't enough.
And
I
Ahab's
made
side
a
by
light
side
mistake.
now, but he falls back. Look at that. Every lap following in, one after the other. This is a great fight for the top. regardless where any of these four finish, we're all getting points because in our session, everybody gets points. It's based on the amount of drivers gets the more points to be in the session, but finishing anywhere in the top is good. So
I was making a couple mistakes. I think.
and Brad's definitely capitalizing on it. He's starting to eat at your rear end again. And given we only have about 3.5 minutes left in the race, he could make the conscious decision to actually help you push you up further up the track to try to pull away from me and Rahab, but
Gets. Oh no, he doesn't quite get on the inside.
it wasn't wonderful pressure.
But it didn't set him up as good for the straight because I kept my line. You were
And
able to
I'm
get on
starting to set
his
up with him
inside.
now because of it,
Yeah.
but I'm not quite there. It looks like he still has it for now.
Allowing me to get away though.
But as we know with that 2 times tire wear, everybody's going to be feeling it with this close, aggressive racing.
I think tire wear for me, I don't like focus on it too much, more or less. I'll just drive the car with how it feels. Some people definitely feel it after a long stint though.
Oh, there you go, pushing up the inside. I'm making the move. But Rad keeps it ahead. Wonderful going around that outside.
It's definitely tight.
And I'm getting a little too aggressive trying to pass him in a section that, as I said previously, is not easy to do so.
It is not easy, but it's probably the best section to make the pass. You're coming into a hard braking zone.
For me personally, it's going into turn 1 or as we enter sector 3 in that other straight. Those are usually my favorite opportunities to pass and work my way up to the inside to force them out.
But now, since you guys are starting to battle really aggressively, I'm starting to pull away.
You definitely are, and let's see as we enter this turn. Ooh, that's a hard hit to that wall. As we can see, Rad just pulls away from me, getting almost a half second off.
Defending
And
from the
now I'm
hop.
fighting. Yeah, Hob actually is. Oh, I'm able to pull it back ahead, but I'm getting really aggressive going into these last few turns.
About to say, I'm surprised the Hob hasn't tried to make any moves yet. He's just been following us around the track, but I think this is where he starts to really push.
Ideally, he should have the best tires going into these last 2 laps. Or no, this will be the final lap.
Yeah, white flag.
Even then, you can kind of see it. Nobody's really getting super big use of the edge of the track anymore, as that tire degradation is making everybody slow down just a tiny bit. Because
That
at most, even an aggressive driver is going to be about through 30 to 40% of their tires. The more clean and smooth drivers will be anywhere between 5 to 15% right now. And that 15% is where you do start to feel it in these corners.
with how hard we were pushing, we definitely were probably pretty low on tires in the front, especially. A lot of the
And
braking
I
and
set up.
GAT power is in the front.
And as I said before, I love passing that straight. As we see it there, I'm able to get right past Rad,
It's a great
but
spot.
he is able to keep it around the inside. Let's see what happens in the hairpin as we enter into the final straight.
Oh. Oh no,
And
and there it is.
Ahab is able to take advantage into the last turn, hiding back and forth for that whole race. Oh, it looks like we're seeing a replay of that just to be safe.
You tried to send it in and then didn't break, and then he capitalized on it. Losing
It was aggressive from
2
everybody,
spots.
but realistically, no fault. It was just purely a racing incident. And that's going to give you the win. Ahab second place, Rad the fourth. Or no, are we entering one? No, we're entering one last lap, it looks like.
Oh wow. Oh.
Yeah, we're definitely still racing. So it looks like the timer might be a little off on the AI, but you're pulled ahead now. You have a 4-second gap.
This is a track I
Not even,
definitely enjoy a lot, so
it is a guilty pleasure for me for sure. And the whole purpose behind picking this track is that Carlos, this is one of his less favorite tracks, so we wanted to give him a challenge. For me, it was Laguna Seca because when I was practicing Laguna Seca, I was doing a lot worse.
ooh, right into the
Speaking
tire
of,
barrier.
yeah, that's gonna be that tire wear. I did not get on the brakes a lot earlier than I should have, and there goes my second place, unfortunately, and my front end as well.
And Rad
And
was
Rad's back in his second place.
but Hab's still not letting him get away. There might be a send into this last corner.
That's a good exit from Rad. But will Ahab be able to get it?
No, it's not enough.
No. Like we said, the draft on these cars isn't super strong. And so that should be the race lead. See, we're going to see. I'm wondering if that timer got messed up a little bit. It definitely did because you're still pushing. So race is still going.
Yes.
I wonder, oh, we may have done a 20-minute race for our final race since we did a shorter practice in qualifying. I think that's what this is. Yes, everybody's still pushing, so the race is definitely still on. So Rad doesn't quite have that second place yet. But as long as you keep it clean, that first place should be yours within a few minutes.
Ooh.
And I'm gone there. The instant reset. Thankfully, the reset is allowed once your car has fully stopped. I was fully stopped.
Rad's still defending from a hub. As I'm just pulling away.
And so it looks like this may be our finale then.
Yeah, that's the final.
Yeah, they've slowed down. So yeah, congratulations on taking first, Darius. We know that's going to give you a lot of points in this session. It is Rad, followed by Ahab, followed by myself, followed by what looks to be Finesse as long as he gets to the end of this lap. And Matt unfortunately retired at some point earlier in the race. So that will be our session results. So congratulations again, Darius. Anything to say for that?
Nothing really. I was just really focused on making sure I didn't lose that race. After the last two races, I was definitely focused on getting it.
Laguna Seca was definitely unfortunate. And then Spielberg was also just quite unfortunate, but you definitely brought it back. You brought it to the points. I know for this brought you to third overall in the session, which did end you up with one of our opening season rewards. Finesse, I believe, managed to actually steal second place overall despite the performance here. But yeah, that's going to be our session 1 and wrapping up. This was really fun, and we're looking forward to our session 2 coming up here on March 22nd. We're going to try to be a lot quicker on the upload of the video, but we will be having those 2 races out soon. We're going to Virginia International and Historic Imola, so those will be some really fun races to be seeing.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the Desert Rats Racing League. Today we're going to go ahead and start with some highlights from our Session 2 Race 2 over at Historic Imola, and then we'll head into our actual final race of the session at Indianapolis with our commentator. Let's go ahead and take a look into these highlights from Adelaide. 4 of our drivers are debuting for the first time this season, with our leader Mordair setting a surprising pole position for this session, followed by Creature, John, and Bossolini showing up for the first time this season in Session 1, 2, and soon to be 3. An amazing start for Mordair starts off our race. Let's go ahead and see what else happens. And as we begin Sector 2, Creature has managed to overtake Mordair here, Let's see what Mordair will be able to do as we enter into the downhill. Amazing line from all of our racers here as we enter into a heavy braking zone up ahead. And oh, it looks like Mordair wasn't able to keep it into the turn, losing control, which is going to let Creature have full control of that lead of the race now. An intense first lap continues as our 4 cars fight for first as Bassolini in the back is spinning out over the curb. That's unfortunate for him as 2 of our drivers have lost control in the start of this race. Let's keep going. 5 laps into this race and Creature is unrelenting, not giving a second to Raccoon to be able to pass. But Raccoon's not giving up yet, keeping that pace throughout the race. And John's not too far behind as we see in the camera. And here we come flying into our final few turns of the race. Creature was able to keep the lead the whole time, not giving Raccoon a single chance to overtake, with our 3rd place position going to John and 4th place to Bassolini, with Mordair in the back a few paces behind. This was an incredible race, with Creature having a dominating lead the whole time. Let's go ahead and head into Indianapolis. And to present our special race of the day for Session 2, Race 3 is Indianapolis, with Carlos Quintao leading in the front of our pack. He was our runner-up from Season 0 and more than likely would have taken the championship if it wasn't for missing a race. And then following him up in second, we have John, followed by Raccoon, Shift's own Finesse, Shift's Bassolini, and Mordair following up the back of the pack in 6th. Today is going to be an exciting race, so we'll go ahead and let Webbo take over in the commentary box.
Hey, thanks so much. It's great to be back with you all. It's drop the clutch and go, go, go at the start of the 10-lap round here at Indianapolis, infield at the Motor Speedway. Going backwards, of course, down the famous Brickyard as Quintao streaks into an early lead with a great launch across. We've got Finesse going for the move down the inside, but not quite able to make it as John screams into 2nd position beautifully. Quintao then way ahead with the taxi stripes on the Mini, looking fantastic out there. Let's hope he's not out there charging by the hour, and already gaining a good 2.5 seconds through the difficult turns 4, 5, 6 down onto the back straightaway, the inside straightaway near the golf course, of course, as we go down towards turn 7, and it's Quintao well ahead of John, Finesse, and that looks like Raccoon just behind in the famous black and gold. There we have Finesse settling at the moment into 3rd position, but very keen, I'm sure, to get his equal performance, equal setup Mini back into contention for one of the 2 top steps on our podium. Raccoon, though, a very quick driver in his own right, and I'm sure biding his time as they head out onto the famous banked oval, and back then very quickly into the infield once again. A very, very challenging circuit configuration, and that looks like it's John going a little bit out of shape there, and in fact he's changed livery mid-race but John has shot down to 4th place, promoting Finesse. And how about this with Raccoon? What a fantastic draft he's got heading down as we see Finesse going for a little bit of a defensive move. John shies away from it, then shows himself in the mirror. Can we go for a dive bomb in towards turn 1? It's not quite on as Raccoon plays the waiting game all this time, though, allowing Quintao to get away by almost 3 seconds here on the start of lap 2. Tremendous pace shown already by Quintao. The rest of the standings, John in 4th, we've got Bassolini in 5th with Mordair in 6th place, heading through the chicane, able to use the curbs nicely in his BMW Mini. Here is Raccoon, almost bump drafting him down here underneath the overpass there, the pedestrian overpass, reaching the golf course on the inside and down in towards turn